Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. May I now invite you to take your seats? And for those of us who are still outside, may I invite you to come in? I'll wait for just a few minutes for people who are outside to come in so we can officially start our conversation. Thank you. Would like to welcome you to this high-level stakeholders dialogue on elections and human rights. It is organized under the theme Towards 2026, Safeguarding Rights, Fostering Trust, and Building Peaceful Elections. My name is Chris Nkwatsiwe, and together with a few of our colleagues, we will be your hosts throughout the 6 hours that are remaining for this dialogue. I have to, first of all, apologize for the late start. And I did mention earlier that when it rains in Kampala, most of us have to change our means of transport. And it's very likely that quite a number of our guests are stuck somewhere. And some of our opening speakers as well are stuck somewhere. But we have made a decision to start. We'll make some adjustments in the program, but make sure we achieve the same objective. This dialogue is organized by the Uganda National NGO Forum, together with the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And I'd like to invite you to clap for the Uganda Human Rights Commission for creating this space. There are several objectives we hope to achieve, but one more fundamental one is to create space for constructive conversation on how to safeguard human rights in the context of elections in Uganda. And we hope that you find the conversations as illuminating as they will be constructive. All of us here are very honored guests, but allow me to thank and take note of the following. We expect to have the chairperson of the Uganda Electoral Commission, who is on his way. And so he's already promised that he's on his way. So we expect him to come and he's going to give his keynote address. As you know, this is a time when they are most busy. And something came up and he couldn't be here on the appointed time. We also have, importantly really, the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Honorable Mariam Wagadia, and I'd like to invite you to welcome her. Together with Honorable Mariam, we have quite a number of commissioners in the room. I see our former friend, Commissioner Crispin Kaheru. Our very good friend and brother, Commissioner Crispin Kaheru. Some people agree. Charity agrees, former friend, but we'll stick to our good friend. Commissioner Aisha. We also have Commissioner, I'm trying to remember the name because I like trying to remember the name. Commissioner who? I'll get the name in my head, so you'll forgive me for that. But we have 3 commissioners and the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. Please join me in welcoming them. We have different development partners that are with us in the room. We have the Swedish Embassy. Please stand for recognition. We have the Belgian Embassy. Belgian Embassy. We have the US Embassy. We weren't sure that the US Embassy would be here because there's a government shutdown. We are glad they could find fuel to join us because we are not giving transport refund. We have the Embassy of Denmark. The Embassy of Denmark, I saw Charles and colleagues. We have the Irish Embassy. Irish Embassy. Oh, we have the European Union delegation joining us. We have UNDP. UNDP, where are you? And then we also have the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Uganda, who are also the proud sponsors of this event. So please give them a much bigger round of applause. We are privileged to have representatives from the Uganda People's Defense Forces led by Brigadier General Asingula. So please, thank you for joining us. We have representatives from the Uganda Police Force. And unfortunately, they decided to be not in uniform for some reason. So if you understand, you understand. So you might be seated next to someone who is not in uniform, but they are from Uganda Police Force. But their leader is going to be joining us shortly. We have Honorable Baka Mugabe, who is the chairperson of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee of Parliament. Thank you so much for joining us. We have political parties. Now, with political parties, you have to be careful the order you actually introduce them. Because we expect the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I will introduce the Democratic Party first, which is represented by our good friend Albert. And then I'll also introduce a party that was once in government, the Uganda People's Congress, represented by Joe of Nagongera. I have to be careful. The Electoral Commission hasn't decided yet. You're still in court on who the authentic leader of the UPC is. And we also have the leading opposition party in Parliament, the National Unity Platform, represented by Benjamin Katana. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll be introducing other parties once they join us. We have our colleagues in the CSO sector, and I will not mention most of you, you're very many, but I see Defenders. Hassan Shire is here. I see FIDA Uganda. Liliana Draco is here. We have the Electoral Institute. Where is Charity? Charity is here, and many others. So we really recognize you. Thank you so much for joining us. And finally, we have academics in the room. I saw Professor Mbazira. Yes, Professor Mbazira is there. I see Dr. Kamunyu is here and many others. So thank you so much for joining us. That is really to set the stage and recognize everyone in the room. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Oh, Imam Musa Kasozi. It is good to see you. It's been very long. Thank you so much for joining us. We will now go into our opening session. And like I indicated earlier, we will be making adjustments into the program to accommodate those that will join us later. So we might not necessarily have the keynote address by the Justice Simon Yabakama. Immediately after the opening session, we'll make an adjustment to that, but he will speak as soon as he arrives. So allow me at this moment. I'm getting signals from everywhere. I think Justice Biabakama might be around the corner. Okay. So I will just pause and wait for, okay. I've also been advised that we have the UN women in the room. Can we just join me in welcoming the UN women? Right there. Uganda Media Center. Now, the Uganda Media Center, we have to be careful because with everything that's happening with nation media, we are not sure. And I see the nation media is in the room. We pray for you. We hope everything goes well, but we recognize you, the Uganda Media Center. We have the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. We have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and many government agencies represented. May I invite you to actually clap for them for joining us. Now, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission sent a note to say that I should introduce all commissioners by their full names, even those that are former friends. So, the chairperson of the commission, we have Honorable Crispin Kahero, the Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. We have Honorable Sharifa Lukwago, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. Shifra Lukwago. We have Honorable Ramesh Omara, the name I had forgotten, and I apologize for that. And of course, led by Honorable Mariam Wagadia, who is the chairperson of the commission. So join me in thanking them profusely for joining us. The Women's Situation Room is also here, so may I invite you to welcome them. We have a very exciting program. Shortly after I have finished the introductions, we shall have the welcome remarks in this order. Dr. Moses Isoba, the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum. We will have the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Uganda, represented by Mr. Ode de Jong. And then we will have Honorable Mariam Mwagadia, the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, to speak to us and officially welcome this dialogue on behalf of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Immediately after that, we'll have a keynote address on building trust and safeguarding rights, the Electoral Commission's role in delivering a peaceful and inclusive election in Uganda, and this will be delivered by Justice Simon Mugenyi Byabakama, who is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. We will have findings of research that has been done, desk research that has been done, presented by Dr. Daniel Ruweza, who is the senior lecturer at Makerere University School of Law. And this research is about human rights and electoral democracy in Uganda, lessons and prospects. We have an exciting panel of speakers that will follow that keynote, and they will not necessarily be responding to the keynote and the presentation, but they will be speaking on different topics. We have Raymond Mujuni. Most of you know Raymond when he was still at Nation Media. As told, now he's in Things. I'm still trying to find out what those things are, but he'll talk about strengthening media freedom and responsible journalism for transparency elections. And we'll also have remarks from Ms. Perry Altua, who is the Executive Director of Women's Democracy Network on advancing women's participation and protection of rights in electoral processes. We will have Ms. Hope Bagota, who is a Senior Human Rights Officer at the Uganda Human Rights Commission, who will talk about safeguarding rights in Uganda's 2026 general elections. And then finally, we'll have Reimagining Elections as a Platform for Democratic Renewal, and this will be delivered by Ms. Belinda Amanya, the former Vice Guild President, Gulu University. So that is our first panel for the morning, and this will be moderated by Ms. Patricia Babeha, who is the Executive Director of the Forum for Women in Democracy. In the afternoon, we'll have a keynote address on the role of security, agencies balancing security and civil liberties, and this is expected to be delivered by the representative of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Abbas Byakagaba, and it will be followed by a panel conversation on four different topics. One is building trust between security agencies and citizens. This will be done by the UPDF. We'll also have a conversation on human rights standards in election security, from principles to practice. This will be done by Ms. Sarah Birete, the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Governance. We'll have another topic, reporting on security and elections, safeguarding press freedom while promoting responsible coverage. And this will be done by Mr. Derek Wandera, who is a senior journalist with Nation Media Group. And finally, we'll have a topic on ensuring a level playing field, security, political competition, and electoral fairness. And this will be done by Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, the Executive Director of Julius Nyerere Leadership Institute. And this particular panel will be moderated by Mr. Malcolm Mpamizo. We will ensure that throughout the day we have a conversation, a dialogue. So we'll have interventions from the floor at different stages of this conversation. Allow me to recognize Honorable Miriam Matembe, who walked in while we were going through the program, the senior citizen. So please do join me in welcoming, a deserving welcome actually, for Honorable Miriam Matembe. This room is as quiet as the campaigns. When I pause, I just want to... I had people complaining that, you know, the campaigns are very quiet and boring. Yeah? So you talk amongst each other. If I do pause, I pause for effect. I've been advised that the chairperson is around the corner and he will announce the next president. So please rise as we welcome the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Thank you very much, Honorable Justice Simon Biabakama, for joining us. We'd already started and done all the introductions. We have different stakeholders in the room, development partners, almost all embassies represented here. We have government representatives from different ministries, agencies, and departments of government. We have academics from Makerere University and other universities. We have civil society leaders from different parts of the country. We have political party representatives, and you might be interested to know that we have the Democratic Party in the room. We also have UPC, the Uganda People's Congress, and we also have the NUP, the National Unity Platform, in the room. Allow me at this stage invite Dr. Moses Isoba, who will give the opening remarks on behalf of the Uganda National NGO Forum. Dr. Moses, once you finish, please invite the Ambassador of Netherlands to Uganda, who also gave his remarks.
Thank you, Chris. And good morning, everybody. Warm welcome to everybody. It's a rainy day, but glad that you all here. Very happy that we're having this dialogue today. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama, the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Honorable Mariam Wangadia, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in absentia, but here represented by the First Secretary, or the other heads of missions and members of the diplomatic corps, members of parliament, traditional leaders and religious leaders here present, representatives from the different government ministries, agencies and departments, the different development partners, the members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly, very, very warmly, on this rainy morning, welcome you all to this national dialogue on human rights and elections, which we are convening together with the Uganda Human Rights Commission. We are gathering here today at a very critical time of our electoral calendar as the country gears up for the 2026 general elections, which you all know will be happening on a Thursday, 15th January 2026. Let me be brutally honest. Elections and human rights are not separate journeys. They are the same road. You cannot reach one without walking the other. A vote cast in fear is not a vote at all. A campaign silenced by violence is not a campaign. It is perhaps a surrender. When we speak of free and fair elections, we are speaking of dignity. When we speak of human rights, we are speaking of the very air that democracy must breathe to survive. I take cognizance that there are a lot of positive events that have happened. Speaking of the current electoral roadmap, the ongoing presidential campaigns in many parts of the country have unfolded with a measure of calmness that we must not take for granted. Candidates have traveled to different districts. Supporters have gathered in large numbers to listen to them. Rallies have been held across the country. Supporters have gathered, and this is not by accident. There have been a combined effort of different actors. I therefore want to take the opportunity to salute the political leaders who have chosen words over weapons. I want to commend the security agencies that have protected rather than being provoked. I also want to thank the citizens who have refused to be drawn into the spiral of hatred. This relative calmness that we do have now is a foundation that we need to build on and also maintain. However, let me also speak plainly about the cracks that are in the foundation. In the past, we have seen confrontations. We have seen journalists beaten. We have seen rallies disrupted. We have also seen citizens arrested with excessive force. The violence witnessed in the Kawempe North by-election, for instance, is like a ghost that still walks amongst us. Such events slowly erode away the citizens' trust in the electoral process. Yet trust is the currency of democracy. When the currency is spent, elections become transactions of power and not expressions of people's will. The voter turnout has been declining over the last electoral cycles, not because people do not care, they care, but because some no longer believe that their voice matters. So today, we must ask, how do we restore this trust? We must recommit to the idea that every Ugandan, rich or poor, urban or rural, young or old, has an equal stake in the nation's future. Let me cite some specifics here about media freedom, the civic space, and security. Let me speak more directly to a few specific aspects, starting with the fourth estate. The media is a meal of the nation. When a journalist is attacked, it's not just that one person who is silenced. It is the truth which is being assaulted. We must therefore protect our journalists, not as a favor, but as a duty. We must ensure that the cameras can roll, the microphones are raised, and the stories are told without fear. A society that fears its own reflection cannot endure for long. Secondly, the right to gather, the right to speak, to organize, among others, are rights that are guaranteed in our Constitution. When free association is not guaranteed, when the civic space rings, when the voices are silenced, we are strangling freedom. And we should never. We need to open more doors. We need to widen the circles. Let the voices be heard, not because it agrees with us, but because it belongs to a Ugandan. To our security forces here present, are out in the whole country, guarding our borders and doing incredible work, I say this with great respect. You are the shield of our people. Your duty is to protect the process, not to police the outcome. Every operation must be guided by law, by proportion, and by humanity. Let de-escalation be your first instinct, not your last resort. Let the uniform be a symbol of service, not fear. And let there be no corner of this country where citizens looks at a police officer and sees an enemy. To our political leaders, I appeal. Lead by example, campaign with ideas, not intimidation, debate with passion, but never with poison. Win with grace and lose with dignity. The throne you seek is not worth the blood of a single Ugandan. To every citizen, I say this. This election is yours. Do not surrender it. Come out in large numbers and participate in all the ongoing electoral process. Participate in all the layers of these elections. To the fellow civil society fraternity, as civil society, we commit to be more than critics. We will preach peace in every corner of this country. We will join the government and all actors to mobilize Ugandans to participate in the elections and to sensitize them in the process in every language with voter education. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude this way. As we look to 2026, let us imagine an election that will not divide us, but unite us. One that will not weaken us, but strengthen us. One that does not shame us before the whole world, but makes us proud to be called Ugandans or to call ourselves Ugandans. This is not a fantasy, it is possible. But it will not happen by chance. It will happen because we choose it, because we commit to it. Ladies and gentlemen, history is behind us, but it has its eyes on us. The hopes of our children and the generations to follow are upon us. Let us leave this Sheraton Hall ballroom not just with words, but with a resolve. Let us live as partners, not just as stakeholders. Let us not just talk about human rights, but live them for the sake of Uganda, for the sake of democracy, for the sake of a bright future. Thank you for listening to me, and I just want to wish you all a fruitful deliberation. In special thanks, I want to thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission, with whom we are co-convening this national level dialogue. And also want to thank the Embassy of the Royal Kingdom of Netherlands in Uganda for having provided the financial resources to enable this. It's now my singular honor to invite the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to give his remarks. Thank you. Welcome.
Honorable Justice Byabakama, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, Ms. Mariam Wangadja, Commissioners, Members of Parliament, representatives of government institutions, representatives of security institutions, development partners, members of civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for being here. My name is Odde de Jong, First Secretary, Security and Rule of Law at the Netherlands Embassy, and it's my honor to be here today on behalf of the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, due to personal circumstances, has to send her regrets. Thank you. I want to start with thanking the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Uganda National NGO Forum for organizing this event that enhances collaboration and communication of duty bearers in the implementation of their roles and duties in this election season in Uganda. And therefore, we are proud to be your partners today. Bringing together this broad range of partners from government institutions, civil society, political actors, and development partners shows willingness to collaborate in this season and exchange ideas that strengthen democracy and build the trust we all seek to nurture as Uganda moves towards its 2026 elections. I also want to express our appreciation for the ongoing collaboration between the government of Uganda and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Our partnership is grounded in friendship and a shared belief that good governance and human rights are essential to sustainable development. Whether it is in agriculture, trade, water, health, migration, or governance, our cooperation reflects a common goal, a peaceful and prosperous Uganda. And this week holds particular significance for us in the Netherlands as well, as our own general elections took place yesterday. Dutch citizens in the Netherlands, but also all over the globe, cast their votes to elect members of parliament. And I can tell you it is a very close race. Just as of this morning, the two biggest parties were about 4,000 to 6,000 votes apart on an electorate of about 13.5 million. And this parliament will form the basis for a coalition government that will govern our country in the coming years. And election day is always a special moment that reminds us of both the rights and responsibilities that come with democracy. Also in the Netherlands, with a long democratic tradition, each election brings new coalitions, new debates, new questions about representation, fairness, and trust. Like every democracy, we are constantly learning, adapting, and striving to ensure that all voices are included. So, in many ways, our conversation here today towards 2026, safeguarding rights, fostering trust, and building peaceful elections resonates deeply with my own country. The challenges and aspirations that Uganda faces are shared by democracies everywhere, including my own. And today, we meet at a moment when the promise of democracy in Uganda stands alongside complex challenges, from safeguarding fundamental freedoms of expression, assembly, and association, ensuring a level playing field for all political actors, to fostering confidence in electoral institutions. And these issues are not unique to Uganda. They are questions that every democracy must continuously address and refine. And what matters most is the willingness of all stakeholders, state institutions, political parties, civil society, and citizens to engage in honest dialogue, to listen, and to act in good faith. In Uganda today, as the 2026 elections draw closer, attention naturally turns to the political environment and to how Uganda can maintain democratic values. This period presents both opportunities but also responsibilities to ensure that elections are not just technically sound, but also genuinely inclusive and peaceful. And today's conversation, therefore, is not only about identifying challenges, but about reaffirming a collective vision. A Uganda where elections are peaceful, participatory, and grounded in respect for human rights. And as the 2026 elections draw nearer, the political environment once again commands national and international attention. This period presents both opportunities to deepen democracy and challenges that call for thoughtful reflection and collective action. And we have observed with concern reports of restrictions on opposition activities and arrest of political actors. And these situations remind us how important the respect for the rule of law, equal opportunity, and institutional reforms are for a credible and fair electoral process. Security and stability are furthermore essential to an election. And true security and stability means all citizens alike feel empowered and confident to participate in the polls without fear, intimidation, or violence. It is imperative for all of us here to ensure this. We owe Uganda that duty of care. This season will go a long way in promoting Uganda politically and economically on many international fronts. A free, pluralistic, and independent media also remain essential to credible elections. An informed electorate cannot exist without journalists who can do their work safely and without interference. Media freedom is therefore a democratic necessity. It enhances access to information, fostering awareness and understanding within society. Protecting journalists and encouraging responsible, independent reporting helps build transparency and public confidence in society. Friends, as Uganda heads to the 2026 elections, our collective goal should be clear: that every Ugandan, regardless of political affiliation, gender, or background, can take part freely and safely in shaping the nation's future. Respect for human rights is not a limitation on governance or stability. It is the foundation on which both are built. Let us continue to build trust together, government, civil society, development partners, and citizens alike, so that the 2026 elections become a model of peace, fairness, and inclusivity. I wish you all a productive and honest discussion today, and may this dialogue inspire continued collaboration and practical steps toward the vision we all share for Uganda. Thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
I have to put it back down. Thank you very much. Allow me to recognize before I invite Honorable Wangadia to speak and officially open this dialogue, Her Excellency Dr. Katya Kashbama, the head of the Australian Embassy. Thank you very much for joining us. We're also joined by the chairperson of the Uganda National NGO Forum. Thank you very much for joining us. Allow me now invite Honorable Mariam Wangadia, who is going to speak to us, officially open the dialogue. And Honorable, if you may, we'll also request you to invite Honorable Justice Byabakama to speak once you finish opening the dialogue. Please clap for her as she joins us.
In the interest of time, I adopt the already existing protocol. So I'll just address you as ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor, on behalf of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, to welcome you to this high-level national dialogue convened under the theme, Towards 2026, Safeguarding Rights, Fostering Trust, and Building Peaceful Elections. This is not just another conference. It is a moment of national self-reflection. It is a moment to ask not what the 2026 elections will do to us, but what they will reveal about us. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, an election is not merely a calendar event. It is a mirror. It reflects the soul of a nation. It reflects the nation's maturity. It reflects the nation's anxieties. It reflects the nation's hopes and ultimately the depth of the nation's respect for human dignity. Distinguished guests here today, this dialogue is timely, not because elections are near, but because trust is fragile. And without trust, even a technically perfect election can feel illegitimate. As you all might know, elections are not upheld by ballot boxes. They are upheld by the belief that every citizen matters equally, and that people can go to an election without fear. That is why today's conversation must not be about winners or losers. It must be about the preservation of Uganda's democratic soul. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Human Rights Commission stands here not as an observer, but as a constitutional guardian. Our mandate is not partisan. It is not ideological. It is moral. Our mandate is anchored in the conviction that every Ugandan, regardless of region, age, gender, ability, orientation, identity, belief, or status, must never feel invisible in their own country and democratic processes. Free and fair elections are not just about procedure. They are about rights, duties, responsibilities, and peaceful inclusion before, during, and after the vote. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly highlight the work the Commission has been undertaking toward the 2026 election. We continue to convene monthly security heads engagements, not to react to crises, but to prevent them before they occur. We have conducted hotspot mapping nationwide to identify districts and communities most vulnerable to tension, misinformation, and rights violations in the context of the 2026 elections. In August, we led a stakeholder review of Uganda's Universal Periodic Review, Human Rights Commitments, ensuring that electoral actions remain aligned with international obligations. Our regional deployments are ongoing, working alongside security, local leaders, civil society organizations, and cultural institutions to reinforce preventive dialogue, not post-conflict response. We have already begun early, real-time monitoring of the pre-election environment, and I can say confidently, a peaceful 2026 is possible if all of us choose responsibility over recklessness. All this shows that the Uganda Human Rights Commission is not waiting for election day to protect rights. That work started way back. Human rights do not begin at the ballot box. They begin with tone, conduct, and intent. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has entered a new political moment. We now have more independents contesting than candidates from any single political party. This had never happened before. This is not weakness, it is a message that citizens are demanding voice beyond structures and representation beyond labels. It tells us that inclusion and trust are no longer requests, they are conditions. Our responsibility is not to fear this evolution, but to guide it peacefully, to ensure that those who feel excluded do not resort to confrontation, and those in power do not fear accountability. Distinguished guests, an election where every Ugandan feels seen and heard is already a victory, even before the results are announced. This is why language matters, security posture matters, media framing matters, civic education matters, timely justice matters. Above all, the humility of power matters, and the responsibility of citizens matters most. We cannot speak of peace after tension. We must secure peace before conflict. That is the purpose of this dialogue. The Uganda Human Rights Commission believes that dialogue is not a tactic, it is infrastructure. The strongest foundation of national stability is not force, it is trust. And trust is only possible when citizens feel both heard and safe. I want at this moment to thank our security agencies and the Electoral Commission for managing this initial phase of the presidential campaigns in a peaceful and calm manner. So, ladies and gentlemen, let this dialogue today be not defensive, but visionary. Let us move beyond fear-based planning toward value-based leadership, because in the end, a peaceful election is not the absence of chaos. It is the presence of dignity for all. Lest I forget, following the recent occurrences, I thought I should say this, that we at the Uganda Human Rights Commission affirm that a free and independent media is a critical part of a democratic election. We therefore call on all institutions of government and all stakeholders to work with all media houses without discrimination. No journalist should be denied access to any public event. All voices should be heard. I should also add that all media should be impartial, professional, and balanced in their coverage and communication. I want to thank you for choosing dialogue over distance, preparation over panic, and partnership over polarization. Finally, I have the honor to declare this dialogue open. But before I leave the podium, I wish to invite His Lordship, Justice Byabakama, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, to come and address us. As I also recognize the presence of His Lordship, Justice Dr. Singiza, the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission.
Excuse me. I hope I get the protocols right. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and heads of missions in Uganda, the chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, together with your team, representatives of political parties. I don't know whether any honorable ministers are present. I don't want to make a mistake. Honorable members of parliament, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of the media, and all you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start on a lighter note. Some time back, we visited the Interreligious Council at their offices. One of the bishops stared at me, shook his head and said, "I can only pray for you." And I said, "Thank you, Bishop." Last week, I had a visit from one of the senior citizens of this land, a lady. And as we chatted, she stared at me for a minute or a moment and shook her head and said, "Do you sleep?" I said, "Lwaki nedda, why not? I sleep." If some people are genetically unruly, losing my sleep won't change that. Ladies and gentlemen, as a electoral commission, we are greatly honored and humbled to have been invited to be part of this dialogue, particularly in the context of where we are and where we are going in the actualization of Article 61, Clause 2 of our Constitution, that commands the Electoral Commission to hold general, parliamentary, and local government elections every 5 years. That article is immovable. It is sacrosanct. Nobody can move it by an inch, maybe by way of amendment. And that's why even in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, we were required to hold elections because that's what that article commands us at all times. Before I get into the topic for my discussion or engagement with you, I'd like to refer to the very important opening words of the preamble to our Constitution, which to me are very pregnant and loaded. It says, quote, "We, the people of Uganda, recalling our history, which has been characterized by political and constitutional instability," and it goes on and on. But the words of emphasis for purposes of this dialogue are those ones, we, the people of Uganda, recalling our history. The said words, in my view, do require us as citizens to ask ourselves always, what is that history? How did that history impact or affect the country and its citizens to the extent that the makers of the Constitution found it imperative or necessary for us all to be mindful or take stock of that history? Why did they have to remind themselves and posterity to beware of our past? There is a saying that history repeats itself. But as citizens, do we want a repeat of that history? If the answer is a resounding no, then every citizen of this land should ask him or herself, What is my role in making sure we avoid a repetition of that past? That is food for thought. As we embark on our day-to-day activities, private or public, we should always critically think about these issues. It is therefore very important for every citizen to recognize or be aware of our history, the journey this country has traversed to get where we are, and the trajectory of the future. Regrettably, some of us are oblivious of that journey. The significance of one's citizenship is emphasized in Article 1 of the Constitution, which, in my view, is the bedrock of the existence of the state and all agencies or organs that form the state. Article 1 of the Constitution says emphatically, all power belongs to the people, who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with the Constitution. Clause 2 is the effect that all authority in the state emanates from the people of Uganda, and the people shall be governed through their will and consent. Article 1, Clause 4. This is the gravamen of where we are now. The people shall express their will and consent on who should govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free, and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda. The people. That is the essence of sovereign power of the people. The Electoral Commission was established under Article 60, and its functions are under Article 61 to, among others, ensure that regular, free, and fair elections are held. In other words, the Electoral Commission was established for the primary role of ensuring that the people of Uganda exercise their sovereign power by electing leaders of their choice through free and fair elections organized by the Electoral Commission. We are a mere vehicle to convey the people's wishes and aspirations. But the concept of a free and fair election is not defined anywhere. And I will say this in various fora, because you hear people talking, there's no free and fair election in Uganda. It can never happen. An election organized by Byabakama, and you think it will be free and fair, forget it. If you think it will happen, you are the biggest fool of the 21st century. It is only the Supreme Court of Uganda which has attempted to define what a free and fair election entails or means. This is in election petition number 1 of 2001, retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye versus Yoweri Museveni, Kaguta, and the Electoral Commission. This is what the Supreme Court says. And I want us to understand this so that when we talk of peace and how to have peaceful elections, how to have free and fair elections, we should put everything in context. I quote, to ensure that elections are free and fair, there should be sufficient time given for all stages of the elections, the nominations, campaigns, voting, and counting of votes. Candidates should not be deprived of their right to stand for elections and the citizens to vote for candidates of their choice through unfair manipulation of the process by electoral officers. There must be a leveling of the ground so that the incumbents or government ministers and officials do not have unfair advantage. The entire electoral process should have an atmosphere free of intimidation, bribery, violence, coercion, or anything intended to subvert the will of the people. The election procedures should guarantee the secrecy of the ballot, accuracy of counting, and the announcement of results in a timely manner. election laws and guidelines for those participating in elections should be made and published in good time. Fairness and transparency must be adhered to in all stages of electoral process. Those who commit electoral offenses or otherwise subvert the electoral process should be subjected to severe sanctions. End of quote. But the court went on to make this very fundamental statement, and I quote, "Elections are a valid process in establishing a stable and legitimate political order. They are crucial instruments for peaceful and orderly transfer of power. The ballot must replace the bullet as a means of changing government." End of quote. The definition by the Supreme Court was, however, not exhaustive, for there are other significant tenets that form or constitute a free and fair election, which they not mention. These include every Ugandan citizen of 18 years or above must be given an opportunity to register as a voter in line with Article 59 of the Constitution. And that's what we call the update of the voters' register, which the Electoral Commission has conducted with the full participation of the citizens. Secondly, the Commission must compile, maintain, and update the voters' register, thus ensuring it is ascertainable, credible, and verifiable. We are in the process of cleaning the register, and very soon we are going to issue the final polling register, which has been cleaned, removed duplicates, the dead, and so on and so forth. The other tenet is that the voters should sufficiently be made aware where they are to vote from. That is to say, the location of polling stations. Do they understand where they are going to vote from? When, ladies and gentlemen, you analyze the tenets that constitute a free and fair election, you realize there are several players or actors in the entire process, and not the Electoral Commission alone. These include the citizens, who are the supporters of voters, political parties, who front candidates and play a key role, the candidates themselves, when they conduct campaign rallies, whipping up support. The language they use is very critical in that regard. Security or law enforcement agencies, in ensuring that an atmosphere of law and order, security of person and property are guaranteed, and ensuring that there is a general environment of peace, tranquility, and stability in the country. I've heard the speakers before me who have commended what is unfolding now in the way the presidential campaigns are taking place so far. That is okay, but does not mean that all is moving smoothly, because some actors have chosen, as is their wont, not to obey the guidelines that we issued. For instance, we said, presidential candidates, identify the venue of your campaigns. Get there in an orderly, peaceful manner. Avoid public processions along public roads. Ask your supporters to get to the venue, and you find them there. But as we can see, some of them were campaigning in markets, campaigning on public roads, and we must commend law enforcement, because they are really restraining themselves from appearing to interfere or obstruct the candidates. As a commission, we are so far taking it in a civil manner. We're engaging with the candidates and their agents. Today, mind you, marks 30 days since the campaign kicked off on the 30th September. Today, 30th. 30 days. We have already held a meeting with the candidates' agents, security, and next week we propose to hold another meeting. We believe through dialogue and engagement, we can address these emerging factors that may impact or impinge on the attainment of a free and fair election that is devoid of violence, intimidation, and so on. However, as I said, if we are to have a free and fair election, if we have to have peace in our election, which are all possible without even breaking a sweat on our brows, every individual, every stakeholder must play by the rules of the book. Everybody must follow the law. We should all be law-abiding. And for any reason, if anyone is suspected to have committed an offense or is committing an offense, let that person be subjected to the due process of law. It is a crime for you to assault, to harass, and torture a suspected criminal. That's a crime in itself. So as a commission, we do not subscribe, we do not condone any act of harassment or torture or assault of any journalist or any member of the public, because there are well-defined and established processes of dealing with offenders or suspected offenders. So let us all, as citizens who want to avoid the repeat of the past, as the words in our preamble have reminded us, act in accordance with the law, and all should go well. However, in order for us to appreciate the context in which we are in, and the quest of desire to have a peaceful, free and fair election, we must look at the threats to a free and fair election, the dangers. What are those? Violence is a threat. Over time, regrettably, elections in Uganda have been beset by criminal conduct that is not only a threat to our democracy, but also undermines the people's exercise of their will and consent on who should govern them. The makers of the law were mindful of these threats, and that's why in the various electoral laws, they made provisions that define conduct that is criminal. For instance, the use or threatened use of violence puts the country and its citizens in a state of fear, uncertainty, and reprehension. This inevitably gravely impacts on government as well as individual programs or plans aimed at driving the socio-economic transformation of the country. Programs like PDM, Emyoga, SACCOs, and so on, they can only exist, thrive, and benefit the members in an environment of peace and stability, not instability. So that's why violence is defined as an electoral offense in the various electoral laws. I will not quote the specific provisions. As citizens, we should recognize that peace and stability are critical pillars in guaranteeing investment, business, and trade in the country. Sometime last year, I had the honor of being invited by the business people, Kampala Traders something, to their annual dinner gala. And one of the things they asked me, how do you guarantee that our businesses will remain active, progressive during elections? Because many of us, when it comes to the electoral season, we tend to slow down in our businesses. Even those who place orders, they first say, oh, Wang, you never know. Let me first wait and see how things will play out. And I said, look, if we work together, if we all have a desire for a peaceful country, if all we want is the continuity of the activities and programs that we are running at individual national level, let us be part of this process. Don't leave the work to the Electoral Commission alone. join hands with the Commission, and I can assure you we can achieve it. We can achieve it. The stability of our country is therefore crucial to our prosperity. The destiny of Uganda is entirely in the hands of Ugandans. The starting point is to rally every Ugandan of whatever position or level on the desire or need for peace during elections. Peace is like a common village well where we all draw water from for our sustenance, irrespective of our religious beliefs, political leanings, status in society, tribal or cultural backgrounds. Secondly, all those involved in the electoral processes ought to make a conscious effort to avoid creating a scenario that sparks off or promotes violence. The promoters or perpetrators of violence ought to be firmly dealt with in accordance with the law. We must engage with the youth, not merely treat them as a danger. The youth are themselves victims of manipulation and radicalization. Why do I single out the youth? Because if you observe many of these violent episodes, you realize the majority front men are the youth. So that's why we must engage with them. The Commission has made cautious efforts to engage with the youth, tertiary institutions, universities, secondary schools, and those even outside the established tertiary institutions. And the message to them that in spite of their vulnerable situation of unemployment, lack of skills, they should not allow themselves to be turned into weapons by opportunists and self-seekers. We must give them, that is the youth, a message of hope and bring them to realize that their involvement in acts of violence merely aggravates their plight of unemployment and lack of opportunities. We must detach our youth from the hawkers of doom and gloom. We must encourage them to become agents of peace and stability, not destruction, not vigilantes or foot soldiers. The other danger to a peaceful, free and fair election, monetization of elections, that animal. As a nation, we are grappling with the crude usage of huge sums of money in elections, mainly in bribing voters. For one to contest for parliament, I'm told you must have not less than 500 million shillings. Politics has therefore become a prohibitively expensive auction, fueled by a dangerous monetization that sidelines principle and elevates corruption. Our democracy has been captured by money bags, almost shutting out those credible voices without bags of money. We have to rescue our democracy from obscene monetization of politics, rampant vote buying that create a pervasive sense of disillusionment, particularly among the youth who cannot mobilize these huge sums of money. We must speak out against these vices if we are to rescue our democracy and sanitize our elections. Again, the makers of the law were mindful of the dangers of using money in elections, and that's why they termed giving money to voters as bribery, and it is an offense under the various electoral laws. As I said the other time at one of the forums, the perpetrators of electoral corruption have become so brazen or daring that they even do it in broad daylight, even at polling stations. But the citizens must also play a critical role. It is sad and reprehensible that the people have accepted to auction their sovereign power under Article 1 of the Constitution for a mere 1,000 shillings or 2,000 or a pack of salt or a piece of soap. The people must be sensitized on the ridiculousness of their conduct. Some of the candidates have said it is the voters who put us under pressure. Chairman, you don't understand. If you are only going to talk and talk, Then your opponent comes with the money. They say, oh, yeah, that one just talks. So civil society plays a critical role, therefore, in sensitizing and mobilizing the people about the essence, the value of their sovereign power under Article 1. It is not worth any amount of money, but the services of the member of parliament or the representative or the leader chosen in that office. And bribery makes the whole electoral process very costly. Because if your opponent proves that you won, but you committed bribery, the court has no choice but to cancel that victory and probably order for a by-election, which is quite costly. The other threat to a peaceful, free and fair election is the unjustified and criminal disruption of electoral activities. The invasion of polling stations by armed people, grabbing ballot papers, pre-ticking and stuffing them is abhorrent. I think I heard Mr. Isova talking about Kawempe North. What happened in Kawempe North, of course, was abhorrent, terrible. Should never have happened. And now the High Court annulled the outcome. I say the Electoral Commission did not conduct the elections in accordance with the law. Why? Because we could not declare the results from those 14 polling stations which were invaded by goons. We were ordered to repeat it. Fortunately, the matter is still in Court of Appeal. Unfortunately, the Constitution says if you have 6 months or less to the general election and the by-election is ordered, it has to wait for the general elections. But let me give you some interesting statistics. I'm talking about the role of other stakeholders in ensuring we have a free and fair election. In 2021, we did not declare results from about 83 polling stations across the country. Why? In the Kore district, Kore South County constituency, Bala Sub-County, Omoge Parish, Taitek polling station. The box and electoral materials were grabbed as it was being transported to the district tally center. That was after polling. The box containing the election results from that polling station and all the materials were grabbed, not to be seen again. In Kyotera County, Kirumba, Bierima Parish, Kampung Police Station, Kampung Primary School Polling Station, the metallic box was taken by unknown goons. In Kyotera again, Navigasa, Navigasa Sub-County, Kiasimbi Parish, Katenju Playground Polling Station. The results were confiscated by unidentified people. In Kawempe Division South, Kawempe Division, Boise 3, St. James Church, A to M, there were no DR forms found in the tamper-proof envelopes, nor in the metallic boxes, hence no results. In Kagoma County, Jinja, Kagoma County, Namagera Town Council, Lubanyi Ward, Lubanyi Technical Polling Station, the votes counted exceeded the number of registered voters for the polling station. I'm just picking samples. In Mukono County North, Namba Sub-County, Kasenge Parish, Mbalara Parents Polling Station, At the time of delivery of boxes from Nama sub-county, the hijackers dumped the former black boxes of Kiampisi sub-county onto the delivery vehicle and tampered with all the other boxes on the car. Another one from another part of the country, and again in Mukono, Nkonge Church polling station. Results and black box were hijacked with a lot of violence from the election point by unknown hooligans who sped away. I could go on and on and on. The role of other stakeholders in the quest or desire for a free and fair election, devoid of violence and interference. It is even more painful when it is alleged that some members of security forces are behind some of the ugly episodes. That is what makes it more painful. I told the senior officers of PDF about a week ago in Jinja, National Defense College. I said, look, the security forces have a role to play. And let me make this unequivocally. We need security in our elections in Uganda. We definitely do. Why? Look at the high octane, do or die nature of our elections, where people dispose of their hard-won assets for years. Maybe in Kororo, Nakasero, whoever, someone sells off his or her house, prime property, and sinks the money into an election. Let me ask you, as humans, do you expect this person to come hoping to lose? No, I must win or they lose. Simple. I've sunk 1 billion shillings in this election, and you expect me to lose? For goodness sake, give me a break. But now the Electoral Commission, mindful of all these challenges, we have resolved. We are going to change, make some adjustments in the way elections are conducted at polling stations. We have acquired a new biometric voter verification system. Concept is almost similar to what we used in 2021, 2016. The only difference now, you want to make it that for you to be given a ballot paper, you must be biometrically identified and verified. If your thumbprint cannot read your facial, we must make sure that every ballot issued to a voter is confirmed to have been issued to a voter. And that's the ballot that will go into the box. We have to ensure that any strange ballot papers that find their way in the box without going through this process will be identified at the time of counting and separated from the legitimate ballot papers. Whether they are ballot papers print, because in some polling stations, I witnessed this myself. I think when for a by-election in Kisoro, and I received a call, Chairman, come here, there's a problem, this polling station, someone has come here, grabbed your legitimate ballot papers, pre-ticked and stuffed in the box. So we went there, and we found this what had happened. Fortunately, the presiding officer was very particular that because the law says if a voter has voted, the presiding officer should put a tick against his or her name. This presiding officer made sure he was meticulous in that context, in that regard. And he had ticked only 160 voters who had voted. And these stuffed ballot papers could be easily distinguishable because they were in a batch. This person just slotted them in. So what we did, since it was 11 o'clock, and there were about 100 voters waiting to cast their votes, We said we cannot disenfranchise these voters because of some miscreant who has come here to cause mayhem. So we separated those ballot papers which were suspect, and voting went on. But now this system will be able to identify that. I said, this ballot paper did not pass through the other process of the biometric verification. But we shall tell the public more about how this is going to work out. All this is meant to ensure that the whole process is transparent and create, therefore, trust in the minds of the people. Trust is not in mere words. It is a portrayal. It must be exhibitive. And that's what the commission makes efforts to do. When we tell candidates, please make sure you have 2 agents at every polling station. Every candidate have 2 agents at every polling station. What is their role? To ensure everything goes well. And if there are any issues, raise them. They are addressed immediately. Transparency. That one. Even if you do what? He will not give you a good election. What is your role? Are you playing your part? Are you playing your role as expected? Why should you invade a polling station and destroy the materials? Why? Are you being mindful and cognizant of your role as a citizen? Again, it is an offense for one to destroy, to take, open, or otherwise interfere with a ballot box or papers or any property. The other aspect, which has been said to be a black spot on a free and fair election, is the role of public servants. There are complaints about some stakeholders about involvement of public servants in political campaigns or whatever. The law is very clear. Section 16 of Political Parties and Organizations Act. Members of Uganda People's Defense Forces, Uganda Police Force, or any security agents of government, or public body or office or agents of government are prohibited from engaging or canvassing for support of a political party organization or a candidate standing for office. Public officers are all prohibited. And the use of public resources during campaigns are prohibited, except for the incumbent president, who is a candidate. That one must at all times have access and utilization of the facilities attached to his office. The other threat is the use of hate, inciting, rhetorical, incendiary language. Some people have resorted to using religion as a campaigning tool, as a political tool, which is dangerous. The use of rhetoric that incites violence, that instills or plants the seeds of discord, disharmony, disunity, and encourages people, especially our young people, to engage in acts of mayhem and violence is unfortunate. As I wind up, the other danger to a peaceful, free and fair election is the misuse of social media. That one, the misuse of social media. Social media is good, provided it is used for good purposes and intentions. But you see what is being rolled out on social media. People asking me, hey, you're walking, I said yes. Do you know what they are saying about you? Where? On social media. I said, Munanga, I don't have time for those things. What are they saying now? Go, I don't want to tell you. You might get scared. I said, some of us fear does not exist in our vocabulary, unfortunately. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the desire for a peaceful, free and fair election is the collective effort of everybody who has a stake to play in the electoral process. Similarly, we should avoid some of these distortive or distortions which create some element that an aspect of negativity about the power of one's vote. Say, for instance, and this is without prejudice to the rights of people to coin their labels and so on and so forth, but when people talk of a protest vote, I don't understand where this originates from. Because a protest, in my understanding, is a statement of dissent or disapproval. Usually a public demonstration of objection to government policy or making a protest against an action or proposal. Since elections are about the exercise of people's free will, an election of vote is not geared or aimed at only those in authority or in power. You could say that if the whole trend was that you must vote for the status quo, you must vote for those who are in office, then in that case, you'd be right to say, no, I'm going to protest against this policy. But where the Constitution says it is your right to vote for either the status quo of the incumbents or not, it is your right. That's not a protest. You are exercising your constitutional right by choosing a leader of your choice, period. So in my view, we do not need to coin or to water down our elections or our vote as a yes vote or a no vote or whatever vote. It is your constitutional right to choose a leader of your choice. So to dub one's vote or as a protest vote, in my view, is hollow and designed to play on people's psyche. It is purely a hoodwinker. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the Electoral Commission is committed and determined to ensure this country remains peaceful after 2026. Uganda is much bigger than a mere election. The hopes, the aspirations, the plans and the programs of the people, our children going to school, our people in the rural areas going to their gardens, moving their merchandise or produce to the markets to raise money is more important than an election. And therefore you, the participant, you, the candidate, if your trajectory, if your trend is to deviate from the common good, from what benefits the people of Uganda, the people will deal with you on polling day at a polling station. God bless you. Thank you very much. May I say something about independent candidates, which the Honorable Chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission said? I have statistics here which are interesting. Number of nominated candidates, directly elected members of parliament, directly elected. I think the biggest number from political parties, that is from NRM, who have 348, followed by NUP, 216. The other parties, 66, 5, 2, 42, 8, 170. Independent candidates, 947 for parliamentary. 947 for parliamentary. Then for district women representatives of parliament, for political parties, I think the highest again is NRM with 145, followed by 145, followed by NUP 76, FDC, Forum for Democracy Change 53, Independent 293 women member of parliament. Then you come to youth elections to parliament. NRM has 5, DP has 3, JEMA 1, NOP has 5, independent 14, even for youth. The only position where independents are fewer than the others is for older persons. When you come to workers, the same. I think NRM has 5, the other parties don't have. Independent has 21. PWDs, that's for parliament, to parliament. I'm not talking about local government and so on and so forth. PWDs, NRM has 5, independent 6. So, as experts, civil society organizations, you must investigate this concept. Where is this thing of independence coming from? Why? We have had multi-party. We have been in the multi-party dispensation for so many years. Is this a retrogression, the multi-party processes and the errors, or something else? Is this I'm not an expert on elections and all these things. I think Mr. Isova and his group, they know, maybe Crispin and others. But this is something that we have to look at. And people have expressed fears. Are we going to have a parliament dominated by independents? I don't know. It's the ballot paper to decide that. But it's something that is very interesting. Thank you. God bless you.
Let us give the chairperson another big round of applause. In my culture and language, we have a saying, where the king is found, there he is worshipped. Where you find the king is where you offer your worship. And Mama Maria, this is not blasphemous. It is in our language, Aukshanga. So instead of transitioning to another panel, I thought we would offer an opportunity for people to interact with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. It's a rare opportunity to have him, especially during this season. So we'll open up briefly for a few comments or even questions, and then we'll ask the chairperson to respond, and then we'll continue with the rest of the program. I see the hands, and incidentally, Benjamin's hand is the first one up. Benjamin Katana. Let me first recognize, I've noted the hands. Let me first recognize another commissioner of the Electoral Commission, Commissioner Veina Mario Caroline Bright. Thank you so much for joining us. And I've been advised that we have members of the technical team from the Electoral Commission who are present with us as well. We've been joined by Commissioner of Police, Dina Chasimire, who is here representing the Inspector General of Police. Dina, thank you so much for joining us. We do welcome you. Earlier on, we recognized DP, NUPC, and NUP and UPC. Now we've been joined by the NRM, here represented by Honorable Chiwanda Geoffrey Suvi, who is also the chairperson of the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties in Uganda. We have faith leaders in the room. We have the Baha'i faith. I had earlier recognized Imam Kasozi. We have the Association of Pentecostals and Evangelicals. We have the Catholic Church. Thank you very much for making time to join us for this conversation. Please clap for the faith leaders. And please continue praying for the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. He needs all the prayers. And then finally, we have the chairperson, no, not finally actually, chairperson of the Leadership Code Tribunal, Dr. Roslyn Karugonjo Segawa. Thank you so much for joining us. And we also have the Equal Opportunities Commission, the National Union of Persons with Disabilities, all of you, thank you so much for joining us. Now, Benjamin, you put up your hand first. I will definitely honor you to give you the first chance. I saw the hand from Imam Kasozi, so we'll start there and then we'll see how the time is running. And what we'll do is that we'll keep our comments short so that we can have as many people as possible. And this is the rule. Since I don't have a gavel like the speaker, when I say thank you, it means your point has been made. When I say thank you very much, it means you've really, really made your point. So Benjamin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chris, and the conveners of this gathering. 2 or 3 comments. One is about confidence and trust in the process that my Lord, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, has alluded to. And I'm glad that he mentioned that trust and confidence are earned. And that these are not earned through proclamations, that we are going to be fair, we are going to be transparent, but through actions. We have just gone through a nomination process. And there were concerns about people that were unfairly barred from participating in the process. The example being in Bukedea and in other places. And the manner in which the Electoral Commission denied about 3 people an opportunity to be nominated, including even the independents, but particularly our candidate, Alupo. That the manner in which it was done does not inspire confidence, does not inspire trust. And I'm sure my Lord is even more conversant than I am with the concept of descending into the arena. The disparaging comments he just made at the end of his submission relating to our campaign of protest vote itself, when you are a referee, you have no business commenting on the uniform of the teams participating unless that uniform offends the rules. And if it does, even as a referee, you are more equipped with mechanisms of dealing with that.
Okay.
So for him to engage in a public disparaging of our campaign slogans in itself does not point to impartiality.
Thank you.
And it does not inspire confidence. Lastly, Chris, is about members of the security forces, including, I don't know if it's the chief of staff or whatever of the Air Force. We have seen police officers engaging in partisan campaigning for the NRM candidate, Museveni, and his party. Electoral Commission has come here and told us that it's inappropriate. And indeed, it is inappropriate. But I think Electoral Commission has a duty to go beyond appearing at public functions and making that point.
Thank you very much.
They should write the responsible leaders of the problem is that we are representatives of political parties. These political parties are very many people, but you have called us only to listen. Yet you have concerns, and like you mentioned, where you meet the king is where you worship the king from. Yeah. I may not get another opportunity to meet my Lord, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Imam Kassoz is my name. My concern, Your Lordship, is on the statistics saying in the previous election, 83 polling stations you did not announce. Then you narrated to us scenarios. But in your narration, and even my reading ever since that election, it seems as if people who did these acts are untraceable and you don't have a quicker solution to handle it. How are we sure that this time, despite your digital thing we are talking about, that people will not run away with the digital equipment itself and the boxes again? Can also be helped to understand what measures did you take to ensure that at least we get one of culprits out of the 83 so that others learn that it's bad practice to engage in disorganizing an election. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies, yes, let's go to Farida and then I'll come to you, Joe.
Thank you, everyone. I will not waste a lot of time. Chairperson, thank you for your remarks. I'm Farida Ale, the Executive Director of Shahidi Foundation Uganda. You said that you released a clean register to, you are yet to release a clean register where the debt will be removed. When we were at the nominations for presidential candidates, you handed over a soft copy of the national register to the presidential candidates. Was it a draft? Was it a would-be? So
Okay.
please, did they get a register that had issues? So we need also, we need you to clarify on that. Then when you spoke about Kawempe, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about instead at court, when they said that the Electoral Commission did not protect and they did not play their part in securing the voters that were disenfranchised. What mechanism do you have for the 2026 elections for us to ensure that the security that you are supposed to use will be the same security that disenfranchised, that protected the Kawempe by-election?
Okay.
And the court came out clearly that you did not protect the vote. So what is your plan for the 2026 election?
Thank you, Farida. Joseph?
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Ochieno. I am the should-be president of Uganda People's Congress. And effectively, I should be the presidential candidate for Uganda People's Congress. And so, effectively, it's not surprising that UPC is missing in action, but Ugandans are missing the nearest to the fairest alternative to whatever arrangement we've had the last 40 years. But quickly, Mr. Chairman, you were very gracious when I met you personally, one-on-one. And by the way, there's reasonable access to him one-on-one. And when we met, I told you that perception is an extremely important thing in politics, considering that we, the people, recalling our history, UPC is the most accused way back in 1980, and I thought everything we do, we should try our level best to make sure that there are no false foundations. Unfortunately for others, 40 years on, it hasn't been proven. But quickly, as the regulator of political parties, Mr. Chairman, are you not concerned that partly because of the heavy duties of the judiciary is such that for the last 10 years, the UPC leadership is in contention? It took 5 years for the Court of Appeal to pronounce itself on a matter of leadership for Uganda People's Congress 2015-16 to 2020. And that from 2020, the matter in which I should be declared president of the party, a matter of judicial review that should take 6 months, has now taken 4 judges and 4.5 years, and an election in which you do not have a candidate. And I know, to close, Chris, I just want to protect the Electoral Commission, that we had a fantastic meeting with them in which the Electoral Commission came and did the right thing by simply saying that none of the people who were presenting themselves were candidates. The issue was not the Electoral Commission, the issue was basically an obstacle in the judiciary. Mr. Chairman, don't you think some other agency is spoiling your name? But quick,
Finally.
Electoral offenses. A future UPC government would ensure that any electoral offense, especially a major electoral offense, is such that people go to prison and people are barred from participating in the elections for the rest of their lives.
Thank you very much. And I gave you more time because just in case you become president, you remember me. There's a lady. Yeah, go ahead.
All protocol observed. My name is Fiona Desina Twera, an aspiring member of Parliament for Kampala Central. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I have one concern that I would like to pass across to the chairperson of the commission. So he mentioned something in regards to technology and how it's being misused. We are in the era of information and technology, and with the rapid rise of digital technologies and concerns and misinformation that is happening, what strategies is the Electoral Commission passing on to make sure that we leverage on technology? We had the past instances of the electoral process where we had Facebook closed, and I think it hasn't been restarted until now. You have to have VPN to be able to use Facebook. So are we still going to have something like that? So we're having social media media houses, for example, at the moment, NTV being banned from covering most of the processes. Is that the thing that is going to be happening? Yet we should actually be progressing with information technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have a slot for one person, and I know Honorable Chiwanda, I've been waiting for you to raise your hand to ask the Electoral Commission a question from the NRM, but it has not come, so I'll go to the back. There's a lady at the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Asiazo Sharon Sasha from the Public Interest Law Clinic, Makerere University School of Law. Thank you so much, Chairman, for the good speech. My concern is in regards to persons with disability or the special interest group. Now, you talked about updating the voters registry. Come the 2026 elections, shall the data for the persons with disability be captured? Because from the previous elections, we feel that, we get to realize that the data for persons with disability has been neglected or is not being captured, yet this is a special interest group. And if you look at the Constitution, Article 20 specifically talks about the rights and freedoms of all persons and groups being captured, protected, and upheld. So how are we upholding the rights of persons with disability? Number two, you talked about making some adjustments in the electoral processes. Do these adjustments envisage the persons with disabilities? What are we doing in that regard? Are we going to provide them RAMs? Are we going to provide them a special ballot paper enable them to vote the person they want? So that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've negotiated for 10 more minutes. So let me see those that want to ask questions. Okay. So I see the gentleman here, Michael. So I'm going to give numbers, and that's 30 seconds each person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Albert, you're the 10th. Now, unfortunately, I don't see any of the women, so you forgive me. Chiwanda, Honorable, my friend, I saw your hand later, so you will close the remarks.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Baka Gavi. I am a member of Parliament, Chairperson Committee on Legal at Parliament. First of all, I want to thank the Chairman for the strength and courage that he has showed in leading the Commission. The demeanor of the Chairman gives courage that things will be okay. I remember 2007 when you saw Mr. Mr. Kivutu was the Chairman of the Electoral Commission at that time. You would worry even when you saw him addressing the nation. You would worry whether the elections would be good, and indeed you saw what happened. So when the Chairman exudes confidence, that gives us a lot of hope. But Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm up is to ask you to make a comment on the time you have to use the kits, the biometric identification kits. Yesterday, Crispe here and Godber were on TV discussing this matter. And what came out so clearly was that they were worried about the time you have. Yeah. A lot of money has been spent, but you don't seem to have enough time, training, voter education, and all that. Thank you, Honorable. It should have come out very clearly. using this fora to tell us whether you have enough.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
So much.
Michael, and just for everyone, we have thanked the chairperson on all our behalf. So just go to the point so that we can save time.
Okay, so my name is Michael Avoneka. My point, Your Lordship, is that the Electoral Commission, neither the Electoral Commission or Ministry of Justice has registered to the Personal Data Protection Office. And yet, the Electoral Commission is it processes data, collects data, and we're having issues of the register and all that. So in essence, Electoral Commission 1 has already offended the law. Number 2, Uganda's data is not safe. Uganda's data is not safe. So we need to work on that, my lord.
Thank you very much, Michael. There was number 3.
Okay. My name is Akandwanho Gracious, and I'm representing Key Corruption out of Uganda. Chair, you talked about the knowledge in campaigns. In the recent primary elections in Kigezi region, we encountered the issue of secretariats. And I want to hear from you the strategies you are putting in place to address this issue.
Okay.
And I want also to thank you for attending our regional dialogue in Kigezi region, because by that time you addressed some of the issues, but this issue of secretariats is still alarming.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Thank you. I'm Dr. John Paul Kasunja, a lecturer at Kabale University. Your Lordship, I want to remind you, in your concluding remarks, you say that an election is not bigger than the rest of the things we do in the country. I want to assure you that an election is very important and determines the future of the state. In 1980, we were around, I was not around. The election was mismanaged and caused the war, which has caused the challenges we have for the past 40 years. So I urge you to be very careful in the process of an election.
Thank you.
Which determines the future of our nation.
Thank you very much. Number 6. Okay, number 6 doesn't remember.
Thank you so much. My name is Eric Asige from Wachiso District, Chairperson, Human Rights Committee. My question goes to, is in regard with the biometric system. The Honorable talked about it, but I wanted to emphasize that most times we've been betrayed. The system reaches remote areas and it fails to operate, and then we resort to the manual register. I'm requesting the chairperson that this time, as we are doing the pre-testing and civic education and everything, let's go to the remotest so that we test and be sure that we are not going actually to resort to the manual register at the day of elections, because it looks good, but most times it's not practical.
Thank you very much. Number 7, I think, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Otim. My question is that in your strategic plan, you had the projection that we'll have about 24 million voters. But for me, from the reflective projection, I'll be interested to know what do we have as young people, and in the quest that we have a youth vote in this upcoming election, how is voter education really looking at addressing the hindrances that youth fresh voters will basically face in enabling them exercise their civic duty without any hindrances?
Thank you very much. Number 8.
Thank you so much. My name is Duncan Keitirima. I work with the Legal Aid Service Providers Network. Your Lordship, mine goes to the accreditations for the observation, electoral observation. You hinted on the developments that are yet to come. Do you intend to involve the applicants for the accreditation when it comes to observation of the election 2026?
Yeah.
And if so, do you also intend to release the list of successful applicants for the accreditation process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to this table. It was only Albert, yes. Well, okay, Mudu will block me when I'm going to my village if I don't give him.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Electoral Commission. I refer back to the functions of Electoral Commission. Number 4, formulate, implement what educational programs related to elections. To what extent is fulfillment of this objective as we go into 2026 elections, especially in rural communities where I come, in Greater Masaka, Luengo, we have started the areas where there were problems with the voting last time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Albert, finally.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Albert Arema. I lead a team at Local Sustainable Communities Organization in Chigezi. And aside of that, I'm a pastor. And so Justice yourself, I'm going to pray for you as well. My other question to you was, do you have time for your family? While we acknowledge the efforts by state and non-state actors in the promotion of credible, free and fair elections and the process, we also acknowledge the cracks that brutally expose the processes. And one of them is the challenges in the accreditation of CSOs that famously play a critical role in the observation and civic education of the masses. For instance, in Chigezi, we are brutally affected by the influence of religion that is very much dissecting the population. Now it is putting the entire region under pressure. So as the Electoral Commission, what are you doing to mitigate these challenges? Because they are real.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Finally, my good friend, Honorable Chwanda.
For us, we are protecting the gains, not protesting the gain. Chairman Electoral Commission, we had over 8 million people who did not turn up to vote in 2021, which is commonly referred as voter apathy. What plans do you have to close this gap of very many people not turning up to vote? And yet we had procured the materials for the people to participate. And what trick have you used this time to have very cool campaigns? Very, very cool campaign, the quietest campaign in the history of the country.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. So I'm going to cede the platform now to Your Lordship. Quite a number of questions. We have a cool campaign.
Thank you very much. All distinguished participants who have raised these pertinent questions. Maybe I should start with an apology. I didn't recognize some people. I didn't know they were in our midst. Like Honorable Miriam Matembe, my senior. And others, I didn't recognize them. But thank you. Thank you. I will start with the last question by Honorable Kiwanda. What trick? No. I have no trick. Credit goes to the people of Uganda. They are tired and fed up of mayhem. during elections. And that's why they are conducting themselves in a manner that they are doing, in spite of a few of us who are deliberately stoking the embers that would spark off violence or confrontation. Right from the word go, as a commission, we have packaged our message to the people of this country that the only thing that can make us exist, live peacefully, in a manner that portends growth and well-being for everyone, is when we choose to act right, talk right, and do things right. When we distinguish between that which benefits us and that which destroys us. Violence and mayhem benefits nobody. Peace is beneficial to all of us. So the people of Uganda, I must commend them for heeding the appeal and the message of the commission that the manner we conduct and hold our elections is determined by ourselves at whatever level we are. When the supporters of this candidate are cognizant of the rights of the supporters of the other candidate, that they have chosen to support that candidate, that is their right. We respect that right. And therefore, when we meet each other, we should not confront one another, we should not engage in fights, we should respect each other's views and choices on whom to support and whom to vote for. So we want to appeal and pray that this continues. We appeal and pray this, but everyone who is seated in this room is a contributor to this block of a peaceful, tranquil electoral process. And secondly, if we choose to abide by the law, if we choose to follow the guidelines, which are not meant to obstruct you or to stifle your efforts and your desire to reach out to voters, if we understand that, then we shall continue to have peaceful campaigns. And I want to appeal to all those MOP candidates. You are soon hitting the campaign trail. And local government and MOP candidates from 10th of November. Please keep this trend going on. Avoid disparaging one another or your opponents using language that's unbecoming, that is dishonorable or unhonorable. That is all. Let's be respectful of each other's rights. That's what will define us as a country, a peaceful country, where most people who have no peace in their respective countries have found sanctuary because of the peace we have. To me, this is more critical. This is more important than anything else. Voter apathy, of course, is of great concern. As you said, Honorable Kiwanda, in 2021, if you look at the presidential results, about 11 million Ugandans turned up to vote out of 18.4 million. Where were the 7 million? I think that question should not be for the Electoral Commission alone. It should be for everyone, including the political parties. These are your supporters. These are your voters. Is it you who is not mobilizing them? Or is it you who is not giving them a message of hope that encourages them to come and vote? As a commission, we have been emphasizing, and Uganda Human Rights Commission, I think, who conduct civic education, we have been emphasizing the issue, the importance of the power of one's vote. The power of one's vote that determines who the next president will be, who the next MP will be, district chairperson, lord mayors, and so on. It is the people's voice. But how much have the people been galvanized, mobilized, sensitized to appreciate the power of this vote, so that they turn up? So as a commission, yes, we have designed strategies as we approach 2026. We want to have a voter turn up that we have not experienced before. But we also want to appeal to every stakeholder, political parties, civil society organization, interreligious faiths or groups. The other day we had, I was honored to have been invited to the retreat by the Interreligious Council in Mukono. And they said, but now for us, we are not partisan. We are not supposed to be partisan or anything. What does the commission view our role as should be? I said, very critical. You have people from the different political groupings and beliefs and leanings. They are all in the mosques, in the churches, and so on. For us as a commission, two messages. One, maintain peace as the people of God during the elections. Two, take part. Be part of this electoral process. Participate in the electoral process. But maintain peace. And I said, my lords, bishops, imams, pastors, when you speak a message of peace, it is not aligned to any particular political party or group. Peace is for us all. Not this party or the other party. So that is the role the Interreligious Council or faith groups have to play. So let us mobilize the voters. Let us reach each one of us. Tell your neighbor, have you gone to vote? I'm told, unfortunately, that study has revealed the elites don't come out to vote. Very unfortunate. And they are at the forefront of criticizing, critiquing, or doing what? The elites. Why? The elites, why don't you come out to vote? Yes, ma'am, at a later stage. Right. The role of civil society, very important. Because even in the law permits us to work hand in hand with groups of individuals or organizations in the conduct of civic or voter education. They have structures on the ground. They can approach the people. And therefore, in this quest of voter mobilization, in this quest of the message for peace, this quest of following and abiding by the law, the civil society groups have a very critical role to play. And then it is, as the young man said, the issue of the use of religion as a political or campaigning tool is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Because it is divisive. And I think leadership is not about you leading people of the same faith as yourself. It is about programs that benefit all the people across the board. So can we, for now, leave the religious aspect out of our politicking and electioneering? Rather, since the person, the Almighty God, to whom we subscribe in our religious faith, is a God of love, a God of unity, let's promote those. But if you are promoting this unity on the podium in the church, I don't know whether you are abiding by God's word. You must love one another just as I've loved you. Accreditation, we are already accrediting all those who wish to observe our elections at any stage. Do you want to observe campaigns of presidential candidates? Can run around with them? You have liberty to do that. You want to observe the training programs for the election officers whom we are going to recruit to work on polling day? The choice is yours. But I want to assure you, as a commission, we do accredit those who wish to observe our elections, and we tell them what is supposed to be done, and you choose what you want to do, because Uganda has nothing to hide. We have nothing to hide in our elections. That's what I want to say. We have nothing to hide. What can we do to address the challenges of the use of religion? Engage with the people. Talk to the people. Yes, that's all. Most of these efforts you see, some of these benefits we see now, is because we are engaging with the people, telling them what is required of them. Remember, I asked in the beginning, I said, what is your contribution to ensuring that the ugly past Uganda had is not repeated? You have a role to play. Now, the programs for voter education. Voter education is continuous according to the law. The Electoral Commission is supposed to conduct continuous voter education. However, I must admit at times we are hindered by inadequate resources or funds. But we are not sitting on our laurels. I have been invited to very many fora, and I want to appreciate the invitations I've received from various civil society organizations who have organized these groups of citizens, and they allow me a slot, or allow the commission a slot to go and talk to the citizens, to the people. So we design programs which are conducted by our people in the field, either on radio programs or at gatherings which may not have a big financial impact on our resources. That we will come and we endeavor as much as possible to engage with the people of Uganda, because, as I said, the Electoral Commission is a mere midwife, it's a mere vehicle for the aspirations of the people to express their will and consent on how they should be governed. Now, my brother Ivan Otim, yes, our projection for 2026 was that we would have about 24 million voters. As I talk now, I think they are between 20 and 21, between 21 and 22 million voters. As I said, the process of finalizing the register is ongoing. Young people are the majority. That's a fact. Young people are the majority. And we see them, therefore, as critical actors and players in the democratization processes of this country. And that's why I said, for us, we don't view young people as troublemakers. We view them as important partners, because tomorrow there will be the people taking up these positions of power and office. And secondly, the vibrance, the energy, the vibe they have is very beneficial to the country. It is, I think, the late Kofi Annan, late Secretary General of the United Nations, who said, a country that ignores its youth loses its soul. And I think Uganda is not about to lose its soul by ignoring our youth. So our youth, you are very critical. And that's why we opened our doors to and we have had many youth groups who have come up. They have sought to team up with the commission. They are seeking how to be part of this process. And we've been telling them, be influencers. Be influencers to our peers who are out there in the villages and so many places. Tell them that even though you are not employed, even though you have no skills, but you are a citizen of this land and you have a stake in this country in spite of your circumstances or environment that you are in today. Biometric system, my brother Kasidia, remote areas. Let me maybe clarify this. These systems are going to work, they say, offline. They will not be connected to one another. No. They will not be connected to one another. It will operate independently at that polling station as they have been. What will be in the system or the kit are the voters of the entire district. The voters of that entire electoral district are going to be loaded into the system. And for a particular polling station, we're going to design it in such a way that if you go to polling station A, where you are not registered voter, but you're a voter in that in that district, the system at this polling station will tell you, you are not a voter here, but another polling station is somewhere not here. So you will not be allowed to vote from that polling station. It's only people who are registered voters at that polling station who will be biometrically identified and be able to be given a ballot paper and cast their vote. But so the system, on the issue, we are aware of the challenges of power. Yes, to address that, the government allowed to give us money to have at least 2 kits per polling station. And on top of that, we have backup, or power banks, whatever they call it, power banks, so that in case the battery runs low, we should be able to hook it in and the processes continue. We are going to be explaining more about this system in the very near future. Hold your breath. But I want to caution all staffers, ballot staffers, zibasanze, ballot staffers, bye-bye. Dr. Paul, I think, let me make this very clear, Dr. Paul and dear participants. I did not say an election is not important. But I said an election that is doused in the blood of Ugandans, in the broken limbs of Ugandans, in the destroyed property and businesses of Ugandans, simply because we must have an election, is not an election. And the country is more important than that kind of election. But an election that is held or conducted in the confines of the law, with decency and civility and respect for one another, is an election we want. Because the people must determine who their next leaders are after 5 years. That is an election. But for you to tell me that our election is so important in this country, that we must have it at any cost, we must have it in whatever circumstances or manner, broken limbs, dead bodies, no. And I will say that is not an election. Yes, but we must say no. Enough is enough. We cannot continue like that. And the various speakers have said, so far in the campaigns, we have not seen a broken limb. We have not seen blood being shed in this presidential campaign so far. If we can continue this trajectory, I think it behoves well. That's what gives us encouragement. So an election is important. The people must exercise their right under Article 1 of the Constitution. Sovereign power belongs to them, but it cannot be an election in whatever manner. No. Kandwano. Sectarianism. What strategy by EC? All of us Ugandans, what do we want? What kind of Uganda do we want? That's what we should ask ourselves. What kind of Uganda do we want? Is it a country defined by sectarianism, tribal, religious, and so on, cultural, and so on? Is that the Uganda we want? Or we don't want any Uganda? The choice is ours. Everybody should ask themselves that. What kind of, if we know the Uganda we want, a land of peace and tranquility, a land that is so endowed by nature that we cannot live happily, then we touch on those issues that tend to offend these very positive attributes the country has and say, no, I can say no to that. If we all said so, we'd have peaceful elections. We don't have people fearing, we won't have tourists cancelling their bookings. See what is happening in Uganda. They're having elections. You know theirs, unless the ballot paper is soaked in blood, they have not yet satisfied they have a good election. No. That does not benefit anybody. What kind of Uganda do you and me want? That's up to you. So sectarianism, no way. Michael, we have offended the law on data. Yama. I didn't know this. But we are going to check ourselves and see why things may not be, maybe my technical people may not be doing things right. I can assure you we want to correct those. We don't want to be lawbreakers, and at the same time, we are the preachers of following and abiding by the law. We shall correct that. The time you have to use the kits, a lot of worry. Look, as I said, these kits, the concept is more or less the same as what we have been having, except that these kits have some extra features. Extra features. That's what we have. And I think one of them, maybe I can still throw some hints at you. One of them is we want to scan the ballot paper. That ballot paper. We want to scan it using this system. The rest, as I said, we shall be telling the people. We are not, but I want to assure you, we are not introducing something that is secretive, that is meant to benefit or disadvantage this candidate over the other. It is meant to sanitize our elections so that these stories and what we've been hearing, they stole 1 million votes here, they did this one here, and so on and so forth, they are all addressed comprehensively. And that's why we said we want to make sure the ballot paper that is counted from this box, from the ballot box, has been cast by a human being, not a ghost. A human being, a voter, is one who has cast that ballot paper in that box. Very soon we shall be telling you that now we have 60,000 kits which are already in the country. We are determined. And at the right time, we are going to inform the people. We are going to carry out a demonstrative training exercise. Maybe we shall invite political parties, maybe the media, and civil society groups. In fact, I'm going to ask my people if we can have the data of such people so that we upload it in one of the kits and we test. What happens when you come with your national ID or voter location slip? What is the process like? What happens when your fingerprint cannot be read by this kit? We do facial. What happens? What if you come with a national ID of Crispin Kaheru? I come with the national ID of Crispin, or the voter location slip of Crispin. And when I hand it in, the system recognizes the voter as Crispin Kaheru. Will they give him the ballot paper to go and vote? No. When we say now, okay, your features have been, your particulars have come up on the screen, you put your fingerprint. It will tell you mismatch. In other words, the holder of this national ID or voter location slip is not the person, and you will not be given the ballot paper. So I think, in my view, we have sufficient time. We are going to recruit people, train them, and ensure they do a good job. Public interest, law clinic, PWDs. The Electoral Commission, I think, is the only agency that has in the entire country gone out to gather data of PWDs at village level. We did that sometime last year for purposes of preparing the register for persons with disabilities. We did it at village level. And we have that data of all persons with disabilities at every village or cell in urban areas and so on and so forth. We have that data. And that's why they are now part and parcel of the general elections now. Their programs are running smoothly, and I think they will also be able to elect their own leaders. Now, on the issue of giving special facilities to persons with disabilities, especially the visually impaired who cannot see, and the law says they can come with a helper. People have said, but how do you know this helper is actually voting for the candidate of the choice of the visually impaired? Because he's telling you who? Samson, Roihor, vote for that person. How do you know this helper is not taking another person? People have raised those concerns. And people have said, why don't you have Braille or ballot papers in Braille? But we asked, we have been meeting with these groups of persons with disabilities. We meet them. And we told them, now, are we as a country simply going to print Braille ballot papers for every polling station? Can we first ascertain how many persons are visually impaired at a particular polling station so that we know how many ballot papers in Braille we can produce? If we simply produce Braille ballot papers en masse, that's a waste of resources. So we said, and secondly, how many of those visually impaired are literate in Braille? So we've been going around in circles about this. We hope one day some responsible entities will come out and find a solution so that our persons who are visually impaired can make a choice of their own without depending on a helper who might also be having his own interests. Okay? Now, the other question was the era of information technology. Absolutely, my sister. We recognize we are in the era of information technology. And that's why the Electoral Commission is progressively embracing the use of technology. Some people have even proposed, why don't you do electronic voting so that we get rid of all these papers? You know, you go to a polling station, vote. I said, why? Technology Uganda Kompola. You have to move slowly. First of all, I think we must ensure that our people are well sensitized, they are literate enough to be able to use technology in voting. And secondly, there are so many things, so many imponderables, connectivity, whatnot, network, and so on and so forth. So we have, but I want to assure you, as time goes by, maybe when I'm no longer chairman of the Electoral Commission, the country will one day embrace electronic voting. But for now, we use technology, like this biometric machine we are going to use. Transmission of results. We do it especially for presidential results. We do the transmission electronically from the district tally center to the national tally center. So that is the use of technology. But what we are talking about, the issue of is it banning or closing Facebook? Don't ask me such questions. We are not in charge of Facebook. During the elections, you ask me what the processes I'm in charge of, which are defined in the law. But on Facebook, WhatsApp, or Twitter, don't ask me those things. They are not mine. Banning of NTV, I don't know. They have banned them. But when we have press conferences, they come. Don't you, NTV, don't we invite you? NTV, don't you come when we invite you to the commission? You come. Me, I see them. So I don't know this banning of NTV. I have no comment on such things. Joseph, yes, perception is extremely important. Well, it's unfortunate that the disputes in your party simmered on for so long without an apparent end in sight. But as we discussed when you made a courtesy call upon me, that the commission is interested in upholding the law, the rule of law, and ensuring that all political parties which are duly registered operate without any hindrance. But the internal sexisms, the internal divisions in the party, they are probably preserved of the party, but we have the National Consultative Forum, which is a body set up embracing all registered political parties, those represented in parliament and not in parliament. And one of their functions is to address or to listen or resolve internal party disputes for the good of the development and nurturing multi-party democracy. I don't know why they don't use that body, National Consultative Forum. But as Joseph said, the matter was before the courts of law, and I think the courts are still are still handling it. Some of the cases have been resolved. But for us as a regulatory body, we did what we were required to do to define or to interpret the position of UPC in the context of the court decisions. And it's well sad that you are not able to present a presidential candidate in that regard. Farida. Now, you see, the law says that after nominations, the Electoral Commission will avail a copy of the register to the political parties which have fronted candidates. However, it says, you should note that this register may have some variations from the polling register. The polling register is the final register after what we call the due duplication process has been completed. That is removing the duplicates, cleaning it and eradicating or removing the dead. So it does not mean that what we issued was the final polling register. The final polling register is yet to come out. And because you are required to give a register, and we put right there, this register is not the final one, so you may have a register. What you are taking now may not be the same as the one to be used on polling day. But I want to assure you, that register will be known by everybody. Every voter who bothered to apply to vote will be there. At the right polling station, you will be there. But now, we are transparent what we do. How do you want us to be transparent? We are very transparent. People know the register. People know the polling stations. The results are counted there and then at the polling station. Why? So that people are seeing in broad daylight. People have been saying, but the transmission, we are not sure what is declared at the polling station is what is transmitted to Byabakama. We put in 2021, we introduced the screens at every district tally center. As the returning officer is tallying the results, they are being screened. At the National Tally Center, we put up a giant screen. As the results were coming in, before the commission announces the preliminary results, they are coming in. At the National Tally Center, we have a screen or a laptop or a workstation for every candidate who participated in the elections. We say, sir, Nyabo, can you bring your agent? Here is the seat, here is a cup of coffee or tea or bogoya. Please be part of this process so that you see what is coming in. And you compare with the DR form we gave you at every polling station. I think I've not gone for much election observation in some countries, but those who have gone in some countries to observe elections, they come and say, hey, Uganda, I think our elections are different. They are more transparent than what we see in some of these places. Because I hear in some of these countries, the moment a voter has cast his or her vote, Dayowaka, go home. What are you doing here? You wait for the results. We announce them on radio. But here in Uganda, people, they must watch as they Kabyabakama, Kamiria Matembe, Ka Imamu Kasozi, Kafu, Viki, in open broad daylight. Isn't that transparency? The other issue was Kawempe North. What mechanism? I have said, every player, every actor in an electoral process has a contribution, has a role to play in ensuring the elections are free and fair and peaceful. Every player. You may just be an ordinary citizen. These goons I'm talking about who grab the ballot papers, we don't know what kind of people they were. Because they grab, go away. And even those who invade the polling station, you know our elections are so democratic that no gun is allowed at a polling station. These polling constables whom we deploy at polling stations, they are supposed to be unarmed. No gun, because they say if the policeman or policewoman comes with a gun at polling station, it might scare away voters. So not even a stick, not even a baton, let him just be in uniform. Police constable. In some countries I hear, the armed personnel protect these polling stations. Is that what you want us to do? If you want us to do that, it can be put in the law that from now on every polling station shall be protected by an armed security personnel. But then goons come and invade. And this poor policeman or woman, unarmed, what can he or she do? So, but we are looking at ways of improving that. And maybe the next parliament should look into this. If we have more episodes of this nature, then, if we have more episodes of this nature, can you allow you Ugandans with your politics, can we say, can we have the military escort these polling materials? The moment you mention me, do you know, even when we need vehicles to move these polling materials, do you know at the area we go to local governments, we go to ministries, please give us vehicles, because we cannot have enough vehicles to move materials on polling day to every polling station. We hire. Do you know one entity we cannot go to get vehicles and they have them? The military. The moment you go to the military, they have gone to the army. They are going to steal election. Banangi. So we avoid deliberately to involve the military, even to ask for transport. No, we don't use military vehicles to transport our election because of the perceptions of the people. Shaped by experience, as the media says. Okay, now, so really, we don't want a repeat or repetition of Kawempe. We don't want that. We don't want that. And I want to appeal to every Ugandan who loves his or her country, who has a stake in this country. Let us avoid things that distort our electoral processes. Yes, if to the extent that if it is discovered, if it is found that members of a particular entity or group or agency, be it political, be it security, be it religious, have interfered with the electoral processes, then to that extent they can be construed as interfering with the electoral processes. But we must subject them to due processes of the law. Ladies and gentlemen, this book is awash, is full of electoral crimes and offenses. But we don't utilize them. Bribers. The law is very clear. Receivers of electoral bribes. The law is very clear. Obstructing electoral processes. The law is clear. But we don't apply the law. What can we do? Then when someone does some manyanga in Kawempe North, of course, the electoral commission as the manager, as in charge, we are blamed. We did not do our work appropriately. But let's look at who were behind some of these ugly episodes. But I want to believe that going forward, the people were disgusted with what happened in Kawempe, and I expect and I pray we don't have a repeat of that. Yes. I'm about to conclude the questions. Imam Kasozi. Yes, the 83 polling stations I talked about where we could not declare results they were disrupted by unknown people. How do we know this will not happen again? Indeed, that's a very fundamental question. We can only pray and hope and keep preaching against such practices. They do not portend well for our democracy and a clean, free, and fair election. They do not portend well at all. So let us all rise up with one collective resolve and voice and say, anyone who is found doing such a thing should be dealt with, should be identified, should be announced on all the radio stations and say, Gundi Akikoze, so and so is the one who has done this. And let the due process of the law take their effect. I have talked to the police officers and I've told them, you must also contribute to the process of freedom. Not only are you there to maintain law and order, but you must also deal with offenders, electoral offenders. CID, investigate these cases. Let's take these offenders. But in Uganda, once elections are over, then they say, you know, elections are like that. They forget about the case. In Kisoro, the incident I was talking about, the person who did that was identified. And to make it worse, it was an MOP. To make it worse. If we are going to address these things, we better talk about them. It was an MOP who did it. So we told the police, hunt him down, have him prosecuted. The border was just near the polling station. He just walked across. And we went to DRC for some days. Later on, we tried to follow up the case. I called the Kisoro. I tried to follow up the case. Said, Chairman, do you know? The people have said, elections are over. This is their person. Let's just leave it. So we are on a problem as well. We are not really contributing to the process of cleanliness by dealing with offenders. We have to do that. So the case just died there because the people were not interested in following up. And by the way, I'm told that was his polling station where he votes from to make it even worse. So, Imam, please, when you stand in the mosque, tell those people we must avoid such practices. We must have a clean election. Nobody will accuse you of supporting this candidate or the other. Nobody. My brother Benjamin, maybe he didn't hear me correctly. When I was making that statement, I said, without prejudice. And as a lawyer, he knows. When the lawyer says, without prejudice, that's how I started my statement. Without prejudice to the rights of the people to coin whatever label or tag or whatever. It's like in 2020, one of the candidates chose to go on the campaign trail without shoes. That was his right, without prejudice. So I also said without prejudice to the right of people. My own understanding, my own view as chairman of the Electoral Commission, I said when you contextualize Article 1 of the Constitution, which clearly, explicitly says the people have a right to choose leaders of their choice. So that right is not limited. You either choose for X or Y or not. It is your right. So it cannot be a protest vote or a yes vote. It is your right. I have chosen a leader of my choice. So in the eyes of the people, all I'm saying, the right to vote is sacrosanct. It is sacrosanct. It cannot be watered down. It cannot be raised up beyond what that right is. So in the eyes of the public, therefore, in the eyes of the people, my main concern as the chairman of the Electoral Commission, who wants every Ugandan to participate and vote leaders of their choice, irrespective of who that person is, this vote is a constitutional right. It has no label, it has no tag. It is a right. Whether you vote for the person in power or in parliament or in state house or not, or the chairperson, you are not casting a protest vote. You are exercising your right. This is the person I want, period. Nobody is going to question you about that. That's what I was making. Without prejudice to your right to say whatever you want to say, what kind of vote this is, a resurrection vote, a reawakening vote, or whatever it is, but the issue is, it is the people's right, period. And I'm not apologetic about that. It is the people's right. It's not labeled or tagged to anything else. Now, Bukedea. My legal people here. How far has that case gone in court? Before I am at liberty to start talking about matters that are in the courts of law. I'm told the matter is still pending in the courts of law. Charity, is it still in court? No, not at all, Charity. You know, the court can say, you know that very well. The court can say, Uganda Revenue Authority or Civil Aviation Authority, which has made this decision, erred in law, and therefore we declare so. So we are waiting for the court to say that. If the court says we erred in law, we shall abide by the court decision. But I just want to highlight one thing. Section 20 of the Electoral Commission Act talks of how one becomes a voter. You must be a citizen of 18 years or above. And you apply to vote at a polling station in the parish where you reside or originate. The fact that I'm a Munyoro does not mean I can go to any part of Munyoro on polling day and say, I'm a Munyoro, I want to vote from here. No. I must vote from the parish where I reside or originate. That is the law. Now, the law permits you, and who gives us that information? This is your parish or residence, or parish of residence or origin. You, the voter. And that's why the law says, once the Electoral Commission has updated the voters' register, you shall display the register at the polling station. The display process is to enable any citizen or voter to come up, one, and establish whether he or she is in the register at that polling station, which is the right polling station, or the name is not there. Also, during update, one is at liberty to transfer their voting location from point A to point B. You can transfer from a polling station in Kampala we voted from in 2021 to a polling station in Bundibujo where you will be in 2026. Either you are now resident in Bundibujo or that's where you were born. And that's where you have gone to vote from your home or place of birth. Now, the law says during update, if you apply to transfer, your name will be taken to the new station where you say you now want to vote from. And subsection 5 says, where a transfer is effected, the voter shall surrender the voter's card issued to him or her at the polling station at which he or she was previously registered. But in this case, we don't issue voters' cards, so that's not applicable. And, listen to this, and shall have his or her name struck off the voter's roll for that station. The moment you apply to transfer your voting location to another polling station, you cease to exist on this polling station. However, even when you have applied to be transferred to another polling station, in your place you say of residence or origin, there is another process. During display, the people, the voters, or anybody can come up and inspect the register, study the register. Is my name there? Are the people who are in this register eligible voters in this area? Do we know them or not? But this person died the other day. We buried him or her. What is he or she still doing on the register? It must be removed. We have a form at every polling station doing display, which the reporter or the person reporting a certain scenario surrounding a certain voter will report and fill in. Oh, this person is not a citizen of Uganda. What is he or she doing? I know he's in our area, but he's not a citizen. You fill that form. These recommendations to remove people from the register are then subjected to what we call a parish tribunal. The parish tribunals are set up by magistrates, the chief magistrates of the area, or magistrate grade 1. It is composed of 3 people, 3 elderly people of substance in the area, and 3 representatives of political parties, which are exist in that area. 6 members. The parish tribunal sits for a number of days and listens and entertains any person who has an issue with the recommendations made to the parish tribunal. The parish tribunal, if someone recommended Crispin Kahero's name to be deleted, Crispin has the right to go and say, don't delete me. I am here, I'm alive, I vote from, this is my parish of residence or origin. All those processes were conducted. The parish tribunal recommendations, which were not challenged, where people were given a right to be heard, to challenge the recommendation, delete them from that register, they were not utilized. Therefore, the recommendations went unchallenged. And the 10-day natural justice period expired or ended. Once that is done, then the commission has no choice but to do what? To implement what the parish tribunal, which is ground-based, has established. That's what happened. But as I said, if anyone is dissatisfied with the decision of the commission, in a civil, law-abiding country that we are, go and challenge that decision. Mind you, as I talk now, we have, by the way, we have started receiving petitions from the nominations for members of parliament. Those who feel they were denied the chance to get nominated, and those who think the person nominated, either the papers are wanting or he did not have enough supporters, we already have them. For the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've been dealing with the nominations from local government elections. I think we have about 200 petitions from local government nominations. Those who feel they were denied the chance to get nominated, those who feel this person should not be nominated, 200. Parliamentary, by this morning, I think we had received about 40 petitions, and more are to come. The law says, if you are not satisfied with the decision of the commission, you appeal to the High Court. The High Court will review the decision of the commission, and the High Court will give its decision directing the commission on what to do. We are waiting for that process, my brother Benjamin. And I think you are a lawyer. You must be, you're going to file the appeal to the High Court representing your candidate. We shall attend to those. But let me say this, finally. Members of security forces campaigning, the law is very clear. They are not supposed to do that. We have received the petitions from complaints rather from NOP alluding to that. What we are doing, since these agencies have heads or people in charge, we are sending this information or this allegation to the relevant agents and asking them to carry out investigations and report to us. I have been talking to members of Uganda People's Defense Forces. I was invited the other day to Kaweweta, where I talked to all the political commissars from all the battalions and units of the UPDF. The message is clear. Your role must be in the confines of the law. Your role must be in the overall general good, common good for the people of Uganda, and they appreciate that. And I think when we continue with these engagements, not maligning, ridiculing one another, when we get to a table and discuss, like we are doing with the agents of presidential candidates, with the security agencies, we sit at one table. We say, you know what? This direction you are taking does not portend well for this election. Can you please desist? That's what is going to define how this election is going to be conducted. Not who has the most coercive power or processes of putting things right. But if that fails, ladies and gentlemen, then the coercive process of the law will have to apply. It does not mean because you are a candidate and therefore you are the almighty. Nyantagambu ako, Nantamegwa. I am a candidate and the laws must respect me. No, you must respect the laws. And we have told the members of Uganda Police Force, deal with any offender, irrespective of who he or she is. You know, we addressed Parliament, I think in 2020, as a commission, one of the proposals we made for reform in the law. These candidates who do not want to abide by the guidelines of the law give us power to whip them into order. Give us power under the law. Like the Electoral Commission shall suspend the campaigns, but I think it should be there. There is a provision, there is a section, the overall section of the Electoral Commission, which gives us general powers. General powers of the commission. So please, candidates, presidential candidates, be aware. If you continue taking the path of infringement, defiance, the coercive arm may come out. That for now we are engaging dialogue and discussion and finding a solution. So please, can we be civil and make sure this country moves on a smooth trajectory in these campaigns? And as I said, as I conclude, Uganda will continue to be Uganda after 2026. And unless those whom God has called out of this country, we'll all be here. We'll all be here. But I don't want to preside over an election which leaves the country fractured, on fire, in a mayhem. But as a person, I'm not God. As I said from the beginning, there are some people who are genetically unruly. Even when you show them good sense and conduct, they don't want to abide by that. For me, my primary concern is we must have a stable, tranquil Uganda that assures our children that when they leave home with their parents and their cars on their borders, they will go to school, attend lessons, and come back home peacefully. That's the most important thing. That assures our business people that you do not have to put on hold your investment plans or programs. Please continue, because Uganda will be there. That assures each one of us that once I have done what I've done in this election, I will accept what has come out of the election, and if I'm not satisfied, I will follow the due process and challenge the outcome. But let's avoid violence as a means of addressing our concerns. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you in 2026. Uganda ebewo forever.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. Give him a very big round of applause. Now, colleagues, I'm going to request my good friend Imam that we have a bilateral with the chair so that we recover some time. We started a bit late, 1 hour and 15 minutes late, so I'm going to beg your indulgence that we have our lunch at 1:30 so that we can accommodate the rest of the program. And it was because of rain, so we shall not blame anyone for the late start. Allow me to recognize the Deputy Mufti, Sheikh Bukenya. Thank you so much for joining us. I also know that PFF joined us along the way. Honorable Arod Keija is with us, who is the Chief of Staff, I think, for the PFF. I'd like now to hand over to Daniel Ruhweza. Daniel Ruhweza is a senior lecturer at Makerere University School of Law. He has a presentation to make on human rights and electoral democracy in Uganda. After that, I'll hand over the rest of the morning to Ms. Patricia Munabi, who is going to take us through the remainder of the discussion until lunch hour. Please clap for Daniel as he joins us.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the opportunity to speak. Of course, it's a hard opportunity since I'm speaking after the chair of the Electoral Commission himself. I will abide by the protocol that has been already established so that we do not waste any more time. And I know that your time is is precious. I've been given half the time I was originally allocated, and so I will make a few comments and then allow for the plenary session to take place. Chair, just in case you slip away, I just wanted to say, as a lecturer in criminology and penology, we are a bit worried when you say that some people are genetically unruly. That is a conversation we'll probably have at some point in time, but we are glad that you came to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation that I will have for a few minutes is really to a large extent been properly elucidated by the chair. Particularly going to start with a reading of our preamble to the Constitution. I know that the chair just looked at the first sentence there, but I think it's a good start for us, even as our time is fast spent. So it says, "We the people of Uganda, recalling our history, which has been characterized by political and constitutional instability," then it says, "recognizing our struggles against the forces of tyranny, oppression, and exploitation, committed to building a better future by establishing a socio-economic and political order through a popular and durable national constitution based on the principles of unity, peace, equality, democracy, freedom, social justice, and progress." I'll repeat those. Principles of unity, peace, equality, democracy, freedom, social justice, and economic progress, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance for our country, and having fully participated in this constitutional making process, and then goes on to say, with the Constituent Assembly, now have adopted this constitution for God and my country. I'm particularly interested in being committed to building a future. Now, that future requires a durable and national constitution. So comment number one from myself is that we need to realize that something went basically wrong as far as this durable constitution is concerned. It is my proposal that when we did not uphold the basic structure doctrine of our constitution, we are now operating under a completely different environment from that was envisaged by the progenitors of the Constitution in 1995. By basic structure doctrine, I talk about a common law legal doctrine that the constitution of a sovereign state has certain characteristics that cannot be erased by legislature. That doctrine has been recognized in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and arguably in some of the jurisprudence in Uganda, developed in the case of Kesavananda Bharati versus the state of Kerala in India. And there the doctrine is basically to the effect that there are basic features in the Constitution which should not be tampered with. The problem that we have is that there are certain aspects in the Constitution of Uganda today that were touched. And when they were touched or tampered with, the constitutional order that we have is a different one from that was envisaged. And so, the struggles that the Electoral Commission is struggling with, and all of us in this room, are because of the fact that we are operating under circumstances that are difficult or not envisaged by the Constitution in 1995. Now, because of that, certain things which would have been easily done cannot be done. So what happens in Kenya? 2007, 2010, someone can tell us the right date. Kenya decides we are going to have a new constitutional order. Why? As an attempt to correct some of the issues that happened before then. That is the conversation we need to have today. In 2016, led by my good friend, Professor Christopher Mbazira, we went to court and asked to befriend court as amicus curiae, 2016. Some did not think that we could befriend the court, that court is the one that befriends us. The most important thing in that amicus curiae application is that we argued and said, there is no way that the continuous issues involving our constitution will be addressed unless certain key issues are addressed. So, we asked the court for permission to advise it on the areas that needed to be addressed at that time, 2016. The court, in its wisdom then, was able to identify specific issues that would help in one way or another to deal with the challenges in our electoral democracy. The response from those who are supposed to address these issues was lackluster. What ended up happening is for Honorable Magezi to even deepen the problems we have by proposing a bill that removed the age limit. Now, let us face the facts, the brutal facts, as Jim Collins says in his book, From Good to Great. The brutal facts are, when you have an incumbent as powerful as His Excellency the President, certain things are very difficult to do. In fact, I am one of those praying for the Electoral Commission chairman because I know him from a long time. His hands to a large extent are tied. It is impossible for him to do the things he would have wished to do because we have removed the basic features in the Constitution that would have made it easier for us to have an election that is credible, free, and fair. Now, because of that, therefore, friends, in around 2018, Professor Mbazila will remind me, there was an attempt to go back to court and ask the court, because court issued what we call a structural interdict. The idea behind a structural interdict is to order the government, specifically the Attorney General, to take specific steps within a specific period of time to address some of the issues we are discussing today. The court was kind. The Supreme Court was kind to the Attorney General, refused to hold the Attorney General from being in contempt, but then went ahead and asked the Attorney General to still go ahead and address these issues. If those issues were addressed, some of the challenges that we have today would not be here. But that is just piecemeal. The brutal fact is we now cannot easily have the kind of election you and I want because the thing that would hold those responsible is no longer there. I'm not saying we don't have a constitution. I'm just saying that certain aspects in it were changed. Let me put it this way. Our dear president, right now, has been able to hold a lot of control over the arms of government. He has a lot of say. And because he has a lot of say, and he could stand for more and more days or years or terms, what are you going to do? You say we vote him out. Okay. That's 2016 amicus curiae. I teach constitutional history. One of the reasons why we teach constitutional history, or we call it Principles of Constitutional Law 1, is for us to learn from the past and avoid the problems of the future and address what is present. we know, because I'm talking to an esoteric group here of elites, we know that there are certain issues that were addressed by the Constitution in the past that have come back. Let me be brutally honest, since you have invited me. The example of what happened in Kololo during the NRM primaries is a reality of our times. It is a Ugandan situation. This wasn't under Honorable Justice Byabakama. But the state and the NRM party are a clear example of the reality that will or has continued to happen. The kind of language used, the amount of money that was shared, the things that, Chairman, you are talking about, the Honorable Justice, were exemplified in Kololo. Now, these are our leaders. This is the majority party in power. Do you expect something substantially different? The mindset that is there will most likely be replicated. And so it is true, as the chairman has said, we have a lot of work to do. I'll give you another example. Commissioner Crispin Kaheru gave me some work to do many years ago under SEDU. We traversed the country studying the youth elections. Friends, the youth elections, I don't have the words, but I can tell you that they are not a representation of democracy as we assume it should be. I'll give you one simple example. Delegates are picked and hidden until voting day. That's when whoever has picked them and transported them brings them to vote, and then they disappear. And if he has not won or she has not won, he will abandon these delegates in whichever part of the country they are. Is that democracy? And I've really just given you one example. There are more details you can find from the paper that with Crispin's help, I was able to publish in the East African Journal of Peace and Human Rights. Now, if that is your youth election, I don't know if, have you participated in, or been interested in the youth election without talking about any other forms? That is a clear example of the people who we are going to hand over this country to. Or have you forgotten that there was even shooting of people's legs in one of those youth elections? Now, I have, by God's grace, been in spaces where other kinds of elections have been conducted. UK, USA, and I've seen something different. I totally agree with the Honorable Justice Simon Byabakama that we all have a part to play. I'm also very clear that we do not live in a perfect world. And because we don't live in that perfect world, we must therefore all bend over backwards in order to accommodate each other, including those people whose views we do not agree with. And that is a call on all of us. The biggest test of democracy, especially electoral democracy, probably is when we allow those we don't agree with to say their piece and not curtail that voice. We lose nothing. I saw a picture of the late president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, meeting the wife of the architect of apartheid. It's such a powerful picture. You can Google it and see. I forget the name of the architect of apartheid. I think it starts with letter V. But he met with her, bent over backwards for the sake of peace and accommodation. And so I call upon all of you who have the powers. First of all, we need to call for that long since sung dialogue that needs to address the constitutional order of our country. Because I'll be honest with you, even as I speak to you today, right now, if you check my heart, I'm afraid. I'm afraid about what could happen to me, about the prospects that will be disseminated by my standing here and telling you. But I am only reminded of the words in the Bible, that there comes a time when certain prophets had to face the king and speak truth. Prophet Isaiah, I'm told, was sawn in half. I'm not saying that I will be sawn in half, please. I'm just saying that we must speak truth, even in fear, and let those who have the opportunity to do something do that thing. And I think, first of all, when you are talking about human rights, we must start talking about the fact that allow others to say their piece and do something about it. But let's think about 10, 20 years from now, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? Right now we are dealing with what is going to happen tomorrow. I mean in 2026. But after 2026, after whoever wants to be elected is elected, and they have had their day in parliament or whichever space, what are we leaving for this country? What are we leaving? Like I said, I have utmost respect for the chairperson Electoral Commission. I know that he does a job following his conscience, and he's a stickler to the law. I don't have any problem or doubt in that. But what I am asking for is this: the law cannot operate in a vacuum. The human beings that we are helping to vote or to exercise their views have now had they've been ingrained with a certain culture of elections which we must undo. That is the bigger issue before us. And there, Madam Wangadia, Chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission, that's where you're going to help us. And I guess you're helping us. But maybe we need to support you in helping us. And we do more civic education. I've spoken to many places, and I've spoken to the elite, and in small groups of governance classes, and I've asked the question: how many of you have read the Constitution of Uganda? Let's take a sample poll now. How many of you? There you go. No, there are a handful who have read the Constitution of Uganda. Now let's talk about Objective 29, which is my favorite. Objective 29. Who can tell me what it's about? This is not a constitutional class, surely. So do not be under pressure. But under Objective 29, we are talking about the duties and the rights and responsibilities of a citizen, which include inter alia participating in this election, which include responsible parenthood, fighting corruption, fostering unity, etc. You can look at it. The good thing, we are all tech savvy, and we have, there is Wi-Fi. You can download the Constitution and see for yourself. Now, I'm saying all this because I don't have time, and I will not present the whole document that I had for you. But let's remind ourselves, what do we mean by electoral democracy? Electoral democracy implies the utilization of all those processes to decide which citizens will be entrusted with the basic tasks of government. Its representative nature implies, one, in a positive light, demanding that all citizens will be able to intervene in the political decisions by means of their representatives elected by universal, free, direct suffrage, secret suffrage. In short, the establishment of the principle of one person, one vote. On the negative note, however, the predominance of decisions made this way over other forms of direct or assembly type government that would not be feasible in usually large and complex societies. So electoral democracy, by its very nature, is about free, fair, and regular elections. It's about assemblies and legislatures that pass laws, decisions reached by a majority, tolerance of differing viewpoints, widespread civic rights such as freedom of speech, the right to protest, pressure group activity, a range of political parties with differing policies and ideas. I'll say a little bit of that. When we're talking about freedom of speech, like I said, our freedom of speech, to a large extent, is now spreading onto the social media. Am I allowed to say my piece without being cancelled, without being alienated? I should be able to do that. But in my small circle, in my small sample space, I can tell you many of us, including those who are in this room, are going to keep our peace, lest we lose our property, lest we are aligned, lest we are no longer promoted, and so on and so on. That is the reality. So freedom of speech, ladies and gentlemen, has been curtailed because of the status quo. The right to protest. When was the last time you heard of a peaceful protest or an allowance for protest? There used to be a time when protests were allowed, but even here, my words, allowed. People should be able to protest against certain things. But I don't know which institution in Uganda today will support or be allowed to protest. Even if you're a political party with the right to do so, or a group of people, it's very difficult. Those who I see protesting have been protected. Their protest has been protected. And friends, I'm not even concerned about us today. I'm concerned about the seeds that are being planted that will affect us when we are gray, unable to walk, without teeth, somewhere in our villages. What have we left behind? That is the concern. And every morning, well, not every morning, to be honest, every so often I keep thinking, what will my progeny ask? What did you do at the time when you clearly saw that things were going haywire? I've spoken out. Maybe it will help, maybe it will not help. The history of Uganda is very clear. We've come from a long way. And we must appreciate the progenitors of our constitution, the framers of our constitution. We must applaud them, under the leadership of the president at that time, for what they did. It was a good constitution. But now we must test very uncomfortably. We must ask those questions. That if electoral democracy is about the rule of law, do we have rule of law today, or is it ruled by law? Are laws applied across the board without any form of discrimination? Or, like the example that the chairperson gave us, of a member of parliament who walks across the border, and the police says, well, the people are no longer interested. would that be the same situation across the board? Or need I remind you of the events that happened this week? What is rule of law? For avoidance of doubt, rule of law is when the law applies to all and sundry without discrimination. Rule by law, on the other hand, is when a law is put in place to curtail others while allowing others to move freely, to do their things freely. Example, Traditional Institutions Act. It was in a conversation like this, I think, by the NGO Forum, maybe another group, where a former member of parliament, who at that time was a prime minister of a traditional institution, confessed and said, we put this law to curtail a certain institution X, a traditional institution X. Little did I know, I would one day not be a member of parliament, I would be a prime minister in another institution, and I can see how my hands are tied and I can do nothing. The Bible says in the book of Proverbs, be careful those who lay traps for others, lest you be caught up in the same. And we have had examples in this country, but sometimes we forget. When you lay down a trap and a law for someone, for example, Interception of Communications Act, which was unfortunately targeting, I hear, the person who had pushed for it in the first place. Be wary. So do we have rule of law? Let's have a dialogue. After all, this is a dialogue. Around rule of law, therefore, we should also have an independent and efficient judiciary. Again, we applaud Parliament for passing the Administration of the Judiciary Act. To an extent, there is financial independence. Much better than before. In fact, some of us want even to join the judiciary. However, as an institution, is the judiciary independent? Is it able to act well? Their lordships here present could tell us, are there certain things that have incapacitated your ability? And what can we do about them? In my opinion, it is still possible. It is not too late for us to address some of the challenges that come in that state. The judiciary cannot work in an environment of fear. The judiciary cannot work in an environment of intimidation. And you have seen instances whereby armed forces have gone upon the court premises and interfered with the work of the judiciary. In fact, for those of you who don't know, one time under the leadership of Justice Kikonyogo, the late Justice Kikonyogo, Letitia Kikonyogo, who was DCG at the time, the judiciary even laid down their tools, saying that this is not an environment for us to operate in. Let us reflect. How are we doing today when the judiciary is concerned? I know that my time is up, I can see. I will try and mark and summarize, all right? We've already talked about rule of law. Let's say something about human rights. The respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and the principle of holding periodic and genuine elections by universal adult suffrage are essential elements of democracy. But don't forget that I said in the very beginning, we are operating under difficult circumstances. We can only do what we can at this point. But the bigger elephant in the room is to address the basic structure question in our Constitution. Because as long as the Constitution gives free ride to the power of the incumbent, I hope I can have the courage to tell him this if I ever got the chance, that curtails And I know an officer may not admit it to you, but it is clear. If you're living in the Elizabethan times many years ago, and you know that the queen is queen until she dies, there are certain things you're never going to do, or certain things you'll never be able to see happen as long as she has that free reign. And I know it is a bit difficult for me to say so. It curtails the ability for people to know that when they vote, their vote will finally be counted and it will hold sway. It's very difficult under the power of the incumbency. So human rights and democracy, therefore, are inseparable because they share a similar philosophical ontology of liberalism. Thus, the observance of human rights is intertwined with the notion of a properly functioning democracy. I know I've heard His Excellency say that maybe apart from him, there's been a lot of change in the leadership of this country. But the uncomfortable reality is now that the state is intertwined with the party. And that is extremely difficult to negotiate because the party has a huge advantage over any other opposition. And this is not to say that the opposition is perfect. No. I know the opposition has its challenges, and my OB has just mentioned the struggles that it's having within the UPC, among other parties. We all know what is going on. But even if the opposition was organized, you have a huge mountain to climb in dealing with the mammoth of the state and the party that are intertwined. Very difficult. What's the solution? Maybe a conversation will happen. Electoral democracy also ensues or assumes the protection of human rights. My right to associate, my right to move. Ugandans are afraid. Did you know that? Or you are uncomfortable to say that? I even don't know why I'm saying these things. May the Lord help me. Yeah. Ugandans are afraid. The Kenyans are always laughing at us for having our tails between our legs. But that is the trauma that comes with our experience. That's the trauma. Can I give you examples? During the last election cycle, my friend told me, Daniel, let's go to Kenya until the elections are done. I'm not sure of your safety or mine. I said, well, this is my country. Let's vote. What comes will come. Why would some members of our group, the elite, want to leave the nation during election season? There are certain undercurrents that need to be addressed. What did South Africa do? It held a meeting. It held a Truth and Reconciliation meeting to say, oh, okay, so I get the idea. Let me conclude. South Africa held a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that addressed the uncomfortable realities of the day. May it have worked, may not have worked, but what I think it was a step in the right direction. Now that the moderator has said thank you, let me conclude this way. Elections and electoral democracy are intertwined with human rights, but this can only operate in an environment of security, of peace, and a mindset of knowing that all is well. A mindset of knowing that a time will come when leaders, all leaders, will be removed and new leaders will come. And that gives you a certain sense of security. The example in the USA is clear. Unless Trump does something different, when you have served your 2 terms, it is clear that you're going to step aside and allow for another person to bring an idea and ideas in leadership that are different from yours. That gives security to the other different arms of government for them to do their work without fear of reprisal. Or even if reprisal has happened, you know that after that term of 5 years, there will be redemption. Those who have been treated wrongly, there will be redemption happening to them. So we need, therefore, to have the difficult conversation regarding the constitutional setup of our nation and bringing back those basic structures that helped all other structures to operate very well. Thank you very much.
Thought-provoking presentation. So we won't discuss what he has presented because the panel that we are going to have fits neatly into the broader conversation. And of course, we are standing between you and lunch. So I would like to immediately invite my panelists to join me on the podium. The first panelist is Raymond Mujuni. Please come up. Raymond is the Deputy Executive Director of the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. Welcome, Raymond. We'll then have Perry Aritua. Perry is the Executive Director of the Women's Democracy Network Uganda, women's rights activist, passionate about women's issues. Welcome, Perry. We'll then have Hope Bagota, who is Senior Human Rights Officer at the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Hope. And then we'll have Belinda Amanya, who is former Vice Guild President of Gulu University. Welcome, Belinda. So good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Patricia Munabi Babiha. I'm Executive Director at the Forum for Women in Democracy, and I'll be moderating this powerful panel today. We had envisaged 1.5 hours that would enable interaction after the presentations, but unfortunately, time is running short. So we'll dive straight into the conversation. Each of the panelists will speak to us for about 7 minutes based on their topic, and then we'll open it up to the plenary for discussion. I'm going to start with Raymond from the media fraternity. The chairman of the Electoral Commission talked about, the importance of civic education, voter education, and we all know that the media is critical in passing on information. But we also know that in periods like this, we've seen journalists being intimidated, we've seen journalists being beaten as they cover campaign periods, we've seen restrictions on journalists, and all this can create a chilling effect. All of us saw what happened with MTV this week, and how that speaks to the environment in which we are and how far the media can go. But we also know about the various laws that have been passed, all aimed at, shrinking the space. So Raymond, I would like you to talk to us about how, in such a context, we strengthen media freedom and responsible journalism for transparent elections. Over to you, Raymond.
Thank you so much, Patricia.
It's very rare to find men outnumbered on a panel, so this is odd. And I think I will cede some of my 7 minutes. I don't intend to use all of them. I'll cede some of them. When I was asked to make remarks on this, of course, we hadn't envisaged that these remarks would come today, a day after NTV had been blocked from covering Parliament. So that, for that, I would just kindly request the Honorable Miriam Wangadia if I could highlight parts of your speech and send them to the Speaker of Parliament, because she needs to hear what you've said about allowing the media to be able to hold to account an institution that she hates. So in that regard, I'd be very happy if your remarks could be sent to the Speaker of Parliament. I want to first speak not just the responsibility, to the zeitgeist. The role of the media really is to create for people within this electoral framework the moment that we're in. We're at an epochal moment in our constitutional history. This is the 7th election, I believe, under the current constitution. And as the Dr. Dan Weza said, that constitution has undergone multiple changes. And because of those multiple changes, it's now not clear to Ugandans when we will have a transition in the presidency. So any moment, any election can be a terminal transition, and any moment can also be an extension of that presidency. But also, the moment that we're in is the death of an imperial presidency. From 1986, I believe, up until 2021, the presidency was the center of economic, social, cultural power, all in one. The president had such power over institutions, he could delegate, he could appoint. We're now seeing, lawyers like to use the law, but we use events. We're now seeing events which suggest that parts of power have ceded away from the presidency now, and they're being either delegated or being usurped by other individuals. And those individuals may act different from the way the presidency has traditionally acted. So we're seeing, for example, a rise in the power of the Speaker of Parliament, both within the ruling party and outside of the ruling party. And that power sometimes goes unchecked. Who checks the Speaker, and how do you check them if you want to? We're seeing the rise in the military power, for example. For the first time, the military seems to be operating independent of the presidency in and of itself. We're seeing the rise of the power within the police services themselves. The traditional police service and what they've done in election now seems to be morphing and changing. What people call a silent and quiet election, we're seeing aspects of policing within that election to make sure that the election is silent and quiet. So all of those form the zeitgeist that we have at the moment. But we're also, Uganda is not, we're not in a continent of our own. Generally, in the world, we're seeing the rise of autocracies. I believe I am right. We're living in an autocratic world right now. There are 91 autocracies and 88 democracies. So we're now in an autocratic world. And Uganda falls somewhere in between there, where something they call is resilient democracy. But many aspects suggest that we could either become an autocracy or we could even become a functional democracy, depending on what we do within ourselves. So all of those things inform the kind of election you're going to have. This is going to be an election in which you don't have campaign for liberal freedom. So things like civic voter engagement, voter education. No one's going to do that because the institutional power to do those things has now reverted to the state, and the state is uninterested in them. Many people are suggesting that the media should play a very important role in the elections. I looked around the room. There is no newspaper on any desk. That should tell you no one is buying journalism, and that means established, reputable, good journalists cannot stay in the newsrooms. So, and the other funny thing is, if you look at the media houses now and the editors who are handling elections, I believe I'm right to suggest that many of them have first-time reporters as their journalists. So they do not have the institutional memory and history to be able to capture what's happening in the election. But we also have people who are traditionally candidates in the election who have been, by either force of circumstance, kept out of the election. So the PFF is here, their candidate for the election, I believe, is one who is held in a prison at the moment. How that's handled is also, I mean, the media has been very quiet about reporting on that matter, but how that's handled determines how the election is handled itself. So there are many areas and aspects of this election where the media is just not going, and I'm just preparing you. The media is just not going to do the things you're asking it to do, because the media is as inefficient as government entities, as the NGOs, as the CSOs. So do not demand of it unless you buy the media itself. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was the information in ecosystems. Previously, information flowed from one source, you know. If the Honorable Mariam Wangadia speaks to us at a speech, we document that speech, we report about it and send it out there. Now, that information ecosystem has changed. If someone recorded her speaking now and ran it through an AI system or ran it through TikTok, they might pick bits and pieces of what she said, and those bits and pieces could determine the reporting. So where I would want, for example, to report her speech, I might find by 9 p.m. I have to report about what she did not say. And that's a very different thing altogether. So the ecosystem has changed. We're seeing presidential candidates who are moving with teams of bloggers. Those teams of bloggers are churning out information at a very high ratio that's sometimes hard to tell what's true and what's not true. We're also seeing teams of candidates sending out photographs, which are clearly artificially generated, indicating large crowds, and it's very hard to check those on the instance. So it's very hard for me to ask a reporter, is this crowd the actual crowd that was with you on the ground, when that reporter has to also hold the candidates to account, make sure that the candidates say things at the rally and talk to the voters, so that our role is also becoming the role of checking the kind of information in the ecosystem. And that's changed how we work, it's changed how we approach elections, and it's also changed outcomes. But very finally, this is also an election post-pandemic. Every country that is classified as a lower middle income or poor country that has had an election has had this turbulence within the election. And many Ugandans and many people in this room, including Dan, who was here before, are really holding their breath what happens during and after the election. The Tanzanian election was held yesterday. This morning, we're not clear what's happening in Tanzania. People are sending different videos. Some of them are true, some of them are not true, but there's clearly some turbulence that happened in Tanzania. We've seen what's happened in Madagascar, we've seen what's happened in Cameroon, and those things are not isolated. They could come to us. So part of the things that is influencing the way we report about the election is what might other countries import to us in terms of culture. And I think very finally to speak about responsible journalism. To be fair, I do not know what that means. I do not know what responsible and journalism means. I thought all journalism is responsible journalism. Maybe responsible use of information. It's very difficult for journalists today to sift through information. The information ecosystem is very different now. And part of being responsible has been to take the backseat and let other people take charge of the information space, and we take charge of correcting what's coming out of the information space. So many newsrooms you will see now are just correcting what's not been said. We've also stepped back from holding power to account because we simply don't have the institutional mechanisms to hold power to account. If I run a good investigation right now, I would need to have 4 lawyers on speed bail. I would need to have find us, because it's not just enough to have lawyers, people need to be able to find you. I will need to call my parents and my children and tell them, you need to prepare yourself for anything. But that's the nature that people who have power do not realize. That's what they've done to all of us, that now you have to cross-check yourself over and over again. Might this story land us into trouble? And one of the ways to see this was the Kawempe by-election. Newsrooms sent out teams of reporters, realized just the amount and scale of violence that was being meted out at reporters, and decided maybe the best outcome is if we don't report the outcome of this Kawempe by-election. And I believe the election itself was just a sham. So in that regard, a lot of what people consider responsible journalism, I think many people want journalism to just package a peace message and give it to people. But we also represent a society where, people have anxieties. People can't find jobs. People are struggling with the political system as it is. I hear people here talking about the constitutional order, but many Ugandans do not feel this constitutional order represents them. Many of the offices and institutions that traditionally held power and legitimacy now only have power without legitimacy, and that's made it very difficult for journalism to play any part or any role. So in that regard, people who are asking of us for responsible journalism, I think journalism already asked back, can you be responsible citizens? That will make our journalism responsible.
Thank you very much, Raymond. So all of us need to be responsible, and I think, as the chair said, all of us have a role to play. That ties in very well with the issues that were raised earlier around civic and voter education. I was uncomfortable sitting in my seat, listening to the chair saying that CSOs have been accredited. I know there are many CSOs in the room. How many of you have been accredited for civic education? One in the room, yes, two in the room. So I think we need to continue to push back on this issue of voter education. It is very important in view of the numbers that did not vote in the last election, and this is our country. We need to play our part. So swiftly moving to Perry, who is going to talk about advancing women's political participation and protection of rights in electoral processes. We who do work on women's political participation have heard about, of course, the commercialization, the militarization, the sexualization for women who join electoral processes and political campaigns and so on. So Perry, over to you. Share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Patricia. Your question comes against a backdrop of a call I received from my mom 2 days back. And she's like, Perry, be very careful. I know you like getting involved in ensuring that governance is better, women participate, but at times people don't understand what you're doing. So in terms, back to your question, in terms of the issues that continue to plague women, and I'll say women, bear in mind that we are not homogeneous. You have younger women, the ones between 18 and 35, majority very interested in the election, largely uninformed, largely untrained. Two things. Political parties have not invested in training a number of the new entrants into politics. Unfortunately, that work has fallen to civil society, particularly the women rights organizations. And at times we are misunderstood, even when we provide this service across political parties to ensure that at least these young people understand the political terrain, understand how politics works. So they are dealing with wanting to participate, but from a very uninformed perspective. Mentoring is not a culture that we have taken on very seriously. So you find the intergenerational mentorship, which should ideally help the younger women to understand what they are getting themselves into, to be guided along the way in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge, is largely lacking. And because that also does not happen within the political parties as much as would be expected, you then find these young people, they are running, many of them are now going to run in the coming election. And so we will reap what we have sowed. We have not sowed much And we're expecting them to be effective, we're expecting them to maintain peace, we're expecting so much out of them, but we have not invested. And that's the dilemma we keep dealing with as women rights organizations, many of whom are really under-resourced. A lot of the work we've been doing is what I would call voluntary for this country, really complementing what government, what political parties should be doing. There are also still a number of gender stereotypes. You know, people being asked, why are you running for an open seat? Our constitution is clear that anyone can run for election. So you find an informed society is asking these women why they should not run for their reserved seat. It's because the voter education is almost not there. The civic education is very minimal. So investing in the institutions, especially the Uganda Human Rights Commission, is very critical if we want to reap the gains of civic education. The other, of course, is the economic limitations for many of the women. Parliamentarians paid around 3 million. For incumbents, that money may be a walk in the park. For new candidates, that's a lot of money in an economy where many of them have to send children to school. So this then becomes secondary. They are caught between, do I run for this election, forfeit 3 million, and that's just nomination fees. What happens during the campaign? You need money, you know, to have agents, to access some of these social media, to be able to feed your agents and other things that are needed, the other logistics that are needed for an election. So many of them will be nominated, but the campaigns may not even happen for many of them because they're wondering, where do I get the fuel? Where do I get the agents who are demanding for some pay? The other, of course, is the violence and harassment. And you know, for women, violence at times is different. For a man, you walk, they'll not ask you why you look a certain way, why are you thin, why are you fat, why, and you're like, so where do you want me to be? Now, so she's struggling with her image instead of focusing on the campaign message and really telling people, I want to run for this election because of ABCD. You know, so that's the struggle. And then the sexual harassment, for many of them, is real. We have done studies on this subject. Within the political parties, it is something that they need to address. I know that we have worked with some of the parties to have policies against sexual harassment. There's having a policy enforcement is the other thing. Unfortunately, we have a culture of silence where people think if they report, they will be ostracized. So really, parties ensuring that the policies work so that there's a safe environment for all their members, including the women, the men, to participate without fear of being harassed is an issue. Then, of course, we also have the media bias. At times where the women are asked questions about how they look instead of the issues they bring to the campaign. Back to our society, because these journalists come from society. You know, we are going into we are in an election. It would be important for us to hear what the women candidates and the male candidates are offering for this country, instead of focusing on why they are tall, why they are light, why they are old, why they are young. In fact, 2 days ago, one of the candidates said, at times I get so confused, because instead of them asking me why I'm running for this election, the first question is like, oh, you look good. And then these are things of, oh dear, sweetie, those words. You know, they annoy these women. It's just they don't tell you. At times they don't even know how to respond. The thing is, why wouldn't you call a man dear? Why are you calling the woman dear? You know, at a radio station, you're having an interview. It's very unprofessional, but it also discourages women from participating fully and bringing their all into the election. What are some of the things that, I've talked about some of the things that we need to do. Maybe one of the things that I did mention is we need to enforce the laws against violence. And this is where we call on the actors within the political parties, but also within the police. You know, where there's violence, let us see action being taken so that we deter those who think that it's okay to abuse someone because of the way they look or because they are women and they are participating. The other is voter education. We need to invest in voter and civic education. I know that Uganda, the Independent Electoral Commission, has a whole gender policy. Voter education should ensure that it's not gender blind. meaning that if you go out to do voter education, let these citizens know that both men and women can stand for any seat in this country. The reason why women were given the reserved seat was to address historical marginalization, so that the candidate doesn't have to deal with these questions and focus on addressing them instead of telling voters why she's running for an election. The other is maybe in Parliament, thinking about the numbers. The numbers are too many. That's an area which parliamentarians have refused to address. If we could reform the law and reduce the number of members of Parliament by making the seat, the district become the constituency, so that you have 2 MPs, 1 male, 1 female. We cannot afford to have 500 plus members of Parliament. First of all, it brings in, it's an administrative cost to this country, which we cannot bear. But I heard, I think, a week ago where the Deputy Speaker was chairing, and he was saying they had determined that they could not reduce the number of Parliament. In fact, I kept saying it's like asking monkeys to cut the forest. It's not possible, but for the good of this country, bearing in mind what Dr. Rosa said, we need to think ahead instead of thinking of ourselves. Why don't we legislate 20, 30 years from now? The things that plague this country need that money. The health, the education, the roads, we need money to address the social and economic issues in this country. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you very much, Perry, for painting that picture. But also to say that in the women's movement, we have actually also had conversations about beyond the numbers. These numbers need to deliver for the transformation of the lives of the citizens of this country. So those are ongoing conversations on how we translate the numbers that we have into, tangible laws, policies, budgets that actually address the needs of women. So straight on to Hope from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. As we, go into the elections, and in the past, there has been this whole question around, peace versus justice. So we are asking people to be peaceful, but we should not ignore the justice element to ensure that, as I exercise my rights, I am not, prohibited from doing that. And of course, our constitution gives us freedom of expression, of association, of speech. But from the conversations from the morning and the questions that came from the room, there is obviously a constricting of the space. And operationalization of these becomes difficult, especially in politically sensitive times. So give us your perspective on how we safeguard rights in the upcoming elections.
Thank you very much. Indeed, peace and justice walk hand in hand. They cannot be separated from each other. So in aspects of safeguarding human rights in the 2026 election, we have a constitution which is the supreme law of the land, and it has provided that we need to have free, fair, transparent, and regular elections. It has provided also that as state actors, security operatives, even as citizens, that we have to respect and promote human rights in all that we do. That is Article 221 as well as Article 20. And then also through the Constitution, we've gone ahead to have institutions put in place to see that human rights are protected, they are respected, and they are promoted. And those institutions include the Electoral Commission itself, where we've had the honor of being the chairperson of what is being done. We have the Uganda Human Rights Commission. We have also the judiciary in place. So how do we make all this that is in the Constitution a reality? By the different state actors and actors across the chain actually walking the talk. For example, if we are noticing that there have been issues of, for example, excessive use of force, let the Uganda Police Force go ahead and hold these people accountable and put that out there to the public. This builds trust. Then the society knows that yes, in as much as this is an actor of the state, if they do fall short, they will be held accountable, and also this deters others from doing the same. If it is an actor, if it is my matter is in court, am I getting justice? Am I getting that due justice? Because you cannot keep on telling me to be peaceful when I am not getting justice. The two walk. They are two peas in a pond. Is that what they say? Or the right leg and the left foot. It helps somebody to move. And also, as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, already the chairperson had alluded to this, that we have continuously held those security meetings through her leadership with her office, with the different security institutions, to see that we promote and respect human rights. We've had dialogues. This must be about the 5th or 4th dialogue, where we're calling all state actors, non-state actors, civil society, and we are saying, let's all walk the talk. Let's implement what is required of us, not just having a rhetoric without actually putting this into action. Civic education, in as much as we'd love to have continuous civic education, unfortunately the funding sometimes is very limited. So you don't do it as much as we should do. And someone cannot give what they do not have. When we are talking to the communities and society, some people even just, the mere fact just ticking on the ballot box. They don't know that if I do tick and it goes out or just on the face or out of it, then my vote is not going to be counted. And so I remain feeling aggrieved. I voted, but maybe I ticked in the wrong way and my vote was invalid. And maybe that vote of mine would have been the difference between a candidate X and a candidate B. We go ahead and tell them about their rights and responsibilities, because it's also very important, in as much as the state is the primary duty bearer. Even as citizens in our countries, we also have responsibilities. And this has been echoed out throughout the room. Are we all playing our part? Are we playing our role as the different state actors? We go ahead and monitor. We go ahead and document all this. We've done election hotspot mapping. We have a situation when the elections is happening. We are going to be tracking whatever is happening. And you might ask yourself, why are you documenting all this? It has been still echoed in the room for posterity, because we have to measure ourselves. We are referring to the past elections. If someone had not monitored all this, then what would we be referring to? And also, as a commission, we are mandated to see that we report on the state of human rights, and also elections. And just like Dr. Romero said, elections and human rights are peas in a pond. They have to move. They have to move together. We cannot separate them. And this has to apply across the entire process of elections. That is pre-elections, the election period, the nomination, the campaign itself, through to the counting and announcing. Elections have to be human rights compliant. So even as the EC, if they're transparent in the processes across the electoral process, then it also builds trust, and people will feel that justice is actually being done, because as it said in the legal maxims, that justice has to be seen to be done. We cannot continue preaching about it, and it's not being seen to be done. So the commission continues to have the dialogues, to conduct civic education, to interact with all state actors, because we cannot go at it alone. We continue to interact with also the non-state actors, civil society as well, because each one of us plays a key part in seeing that we have that free, fair, and electoral process where human rights are respected, and it's an actual lived reality for whoever is in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. I have a question for you that you should pass on the National Civic Education Policy, which has been on some books for so many years. We as a sector are really interested in that policy because, of course, the issues that we are talking about today sit within that policy, which we don't yet see. But we'll get to that later. So Belinda, former Vice President of Gulu University, we are now going to the young people. In the last election, about 1.2 million youth were disenfranchised because, you know, the update of the register happened earlier and many of them turned 18 before we had the elections. And I think this is a similar scenario this year, because by the time the update happened, of course, there were some young people that had not yet moved to 18. But you have also had the issue of the youth being used and playing a role in electoral violence. This came through the chair's speech, but we also know that this is a conversation that is usually on the table. We also know that, as we have heard, that our register actually has a huge number of youth. Whether they will come out to vote, whether they will not come out to vote is another issue. And a lot of young people have only seen one president, and they are on the register. So, tell us about reimagining elections as a platform for democratic renewal, bearing in mind the youth demographic.
Thank you very much. I'll start with a brief story. In 2022-2023, I was a young, ambitious girl who wanted to contest and run for Uganda National Students Association Vice Presidency, which is a body that governs student leaders in Uganda. What happens is that I was called for a so-called Council of Elders meeting. And while there, these were the 4 questions that I was asked, which were to determine whether I keep in the race or I don't qualify to be supported or to be pushed forth in this race. One was, how much money do you have? And I kept silent because we are students. It is a student election at university. Which student, which parent gives you pocket money that is going to push you into an election? So I kept quiet because how much do I have? And then he said, okay, let me make it simpler. Do you have about 350 million? Looking at him, silent. That was question 1. Question 2 was, who in government has interest in your candidacy? I never knew that a position on a body for students in Uganda needed an interest from government. 3 was, which part of the country are you coming from? Which was a tribal aspect. Then 4th was, you're still young. How old are you? I was just entering the 20s, and the guy said, but you still have time. There are people that are almost leaving this bracket of youth. Let them go. For you, you're in the pipeline. You're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, after these 4 questions, this man boldly told me, and the most painful part I do remember is that they had called people that were supposed to vote. We call them delegates. And they had told me to pay part because they had been fed. So because of their feeding, I had to contribute too. And after that, what I was told was, unfortunately, we don't think you really pass on for this because of reasons A, B, C, and D. You don't meet or you don't have answers to these. We shall therefore go for candidate X, Y, and Z. Talking about the youth question, that is what is happening. If you watch the NRM primaries, especially for the youth, for the National Youth Council, oh my God, you should go and listen to the stories the young people are telling. She talks about the ladies. Many of them are forced to go and have relationships with certain people in government, hoping that when they ask me who do I have in government, I'll hold on to this person and say, this is my godfather in politics or in... So with a country whose young people are being demonized and held like this, from what go? I had friends that were running. There's an interesting story of a friend of mine who was running. This young man had collected himself as a young man, bought a plot of land somewhere because he wanted to go for the election. He sold each and everything he had. Many of us were scared. Why are you selling the only plot of land you have as a young man? Yontandikwa, he said, I think I have leverage. I think I can win. And he tells us, you people, on the day of voting, I had about 70 million. But even with the 70 million that I had lobbied, I was not able to make it through. What is the status quo of elections in Uganda currently? 1, whose child are you? Take a keen interest. For we, the young people, if you do not come from a family background that is politically recognized, that is financially stable to push you into an election, you're best fit to be a delegate. You're best fit to be maybe chairman, something at the district, but on the national seat,
you have no place there. They don't care whether you've been mentored, whether you've gone through, because, you know, at a point we started to feel like, I can build a career in this. I can prove to my fellow young people that I get in, I run for GRC, for example, at Gulu University. I become vice president. From there, I want to join Uganda National Students Association. I want to do this. You're showing them a track record. I've been to the East African Community Youth Parliament as speaker, and you're telling your friends, we have a reputation. We have built stability. We have built a track record of work, and they're asking you, how much do you have? How much are you giving us for this election? And so that's just now me painting the picture. So when it goes to monetization, we have replaced money for merit. And what does that cause? Accountability. Who do you hold accountability? Who do you hold accountable when they paid you? You lose your voice. The people who tell you, but I paid you. You asked me for 100,000 shillings. I gave you the 100,000 shillings. What else do you need from me? So we have lost our vote. We have lost our track record to be accountable to these people. And what are we left with? Powerless. And what are we? The majority, the demographic that is big and all of that. Next is government interest or intervention. Enough is enough. I don't understand why government, with all the things it has to do, well, I'd like to say /state, has to trickle down to the minutest level, and someone has to seek approval from, I don't know, how do I get to the people at the state or government as someone whose parent is a peasant, as someone whose parent has not served in certain positions, for me to get accreditation to represent my fellow young people in this nation. Two is, well, what I already talked about, family background and the economic perspective. Or should all our parents start to want to be thieves or something so that they can push us or lobby? But also, what are you training the young people? I don't have anything to my name, but I'm lobbying about 300 million that I'm going to spend on on just giving handouts. At the end of the day, I go back to the village, no plot of land, no nothing. I am crying and saying, government to Yambe, we are depressed as young people. We are economically disadvantaged. But when we come to lobby, the money comes, and these friends of mine were telling me, actually the money comes, and I told one of them, the deal is secure 60%, because I am sure you're not going to go through. I told him, you have lobbied, this cannot be changed, get the 60%, keep it for your own personal growth. If people need to be paid to vote you, give them 40. If it's not enough for them, lose the election. And later I told them, but how about we collected all this money and made record as the youth of this country, that when everybody was buying people, we put together maybe a skilling hub or something, and we left it to the people. We left it to the constituency to vote. And they told me, you're too idealistic. That cannot happen in a country in Uganda where people live for, as the president calls it, a kida kionka. They only live for the stomach, hand to mouth, and all of that. So you're telling people, so you have all lobbied, we can have about 5 billion from all of you that are running in the youth race. How about we inject that into a project that brings returns, we build wealth as a generation? I never knew this country can get better. I all just kept laughing and said, oh, but thank you for the idea. Maybe we shall get to see that. So with that whole track record and helpless generation of young people, where are we? Now, going to reimagining, as I conclude, reimagining democratic elections. Oh yeah, I'm concluding. One, can we move from election season to civic season? There's a lot of election season. When is the civic season? I'd like to appreciate Electoral Commission. I work with Fidelis Leadership Institute. We applied for accreditation last year and we got to be accredited a few months back. But the question is, do we have to be approved a few months to election? When do we get to traverse the entire country to train people? Can we have a year or 2 years dedicated to civic education and not waiting for 3 months to 2 months to, and then we are in a rush, and then we are, If organizations have offered themselves, requested for accreditation, how about partner and collaborate with these people and work with them? 2 is, can we move from tokenism to partnerships? As young people, we have ideas, we can change things, but the more you keep us at a tokenistic level, our minds are coupled and tied to we can only be used, or that is all we have to offer, and that is why when they say violence and riots and I'm going to be given 50,000, I'll go running. But how about you use us on partnerships? We can help you strategize and have a good branding or campaign something if you worked with us as partners. Then lastly, can we protect rights and reject violence? Can we have an open space to call out any form of intimidation? For example, me sharing this story, I remember in that meeting, I recorded that audio and then my friend told me, you may not live for the next, you may not see the next time. I had to delete it. This is the first time I'm publicly sharing such a story of what happened about 2-3 years ago. So can we call out intimidation? And can we be sure that the system will not curtail us, sit us down, or attack us for coming out to speak out on all the intimidation that has been created? Can we have a safe space and therefore create and have or reimagine democratic elections? Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow. So we've heard from Belinda, the challenges are many, but we all have a role to play. So I have 5 minutes between this session and lunch. And so I'm going to open up to the plenary for only 4 questions. They need to be short and sharp, and then we'll close it there. The conversation will continue in the afternoon. The issues are all interlinked. So Imam Kasozi, Mr. Faida, yes, number 3. No women? Okay, number 4. So let's start with Imam.
Thank you very much. I hope I will sound controversial, and I have accepted to be. Number 1, the younger people. Do you really think, in view of what you have narrated, do we need the young, the youth, and the other special groups in parliament? Do you think that is a dent on us as a nation and as an institution, that we have failed to provide for our people, and we think we can have a handful of them to go there and we celebrate? That is one big question that I have. Then the last thing, whenever everybody comes to the men's about money, and people are willing to give it, those who have. People are willing to receive it, those who don't have it. And therefore, both teams are to blame. But what is the problem? The one seeking for election is the survivor, and the one who is asking for payment before he's the survivor. I want you to engage into that critically. The last thing, which I wanted to ask the chairman, which can be asked to him. They talk about people, I don't know whether we have people from the Bureau of Statistics. They failed to release the population census program. I am a student of demography. They say Uganda has a population of 45 million. And then you anticipate registered voters to be 21. And then they state 50.5% of the population is below the age of 17. Is it possible? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There is something fundamentally wrong. Therefore, it even means that 100% are all registered. Even if we ask people here, some of us are not registered for elections. If they become sincere past, they are not. Therefore, the figure we want to use to get a proper and peaceful election is based on a false premise. The statement they are making is false. The conclusion will never be true. That is how people study logic state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ota and your team. Sitting here and listening to whatever is being spoken here, you will understand you are living in a country where there is no hope. Elections are supposed to be giving us hope. If you are to be realistic, there is no hope. My leader, the retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, seated in Luzira, once said that the problem of this country are elite. The elite try to hide their heads in the sand and think things will be done by themselves. If you watch what is going on in Tanzania, Madam Suluhu must be shocked of what is happening. Listening to my young sister, that is what has been going through. I never encourage any young person to contest for those slots. I spoke to the late Honorable Mwana when those positions were being introduced in 1989. They were never introduced to help uplift or to grow the politics of the young people. The youth, the workers, the women, and all the rest. They're only aimed at helping Mr. Museveni to get numbers. And to be specific on the source of the youth, that is a preserve of the children of the rich and those near power. So I never, even the PFF, young people were discussing, I cannot sign for you to go and contest for a city position. It's not yours, it's for those in power.
Thank you.
Until when we fix this country, that's when we shall have the country where you can contest. I pray, leaving this room, we must define a country and see what we must do. I'm scared that the chairman has left. I wanted to address him, but I'll find him next time. I came here to speak to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm called Kayinga Mudisto, team leader at Cotphone from Gweta Masaka Ruengo. I will not ask you, but I will throw my issue here to the Electoral Commission, to the Human Rights Commission. I think it's high time we start to respect or listen to citizen needs and aspirations. So many things have been told here, but if we look at the rate at which citizens' views are integrated, much as you are in the office, I think that's where the problem comes. Where conflict comes, people know how can this be prevented. So citizen engagement, public accountability is very key to ensure we have free and fair and peaceful elections. I thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping it short. And to our last.
Thank you very much. I'm Deus Kamunyu. I'm from Kerebe. I'm very sorry for young people. And for reasons that they've been held at ransom by mainly these people. You actually need to, these are the people responsible for your disparition, including myself. We are responsible for your disparition. We had institutions, we saw your EC chair here, flamboyant, thinking that you're okay. It's okay. But look, these politicians, including these elites who are heading these big organizations, they are relatives of politicians, have never, by the way, been responsible for any revolution, meaningful revolution in history. And I can take you back. I'm not a political scientist, but I read, I get interested. Around 1848, when revolutions in Europe started for greater democratic rights. It was not the politicians. Yes, they helped to shape, but they were spontaneous.
Please keep it short.
Yes, they were spontaneous and mainly by the population. And what did that? It's because they were suffering deep economic hardships. They were repressed. They were economically unequal. And so that points to what I'm trying to say here. Maybe, young people, you are working for wrong factors. You're pushing for what it should be. You're not working for what it must be for a revolution to be sparked. And so you must change your ways of thinking. Because recently a young man, as a leader in Makerere, someone, young person came to interview me, he's known. And he said, how possible is it that you can fight for the rights of the people, still lead, and remain incorruptible? I couldn't answer that question because, yes, I am incorruptible. How do we do it? Because exactly what you're saying, money is what drives young people. They are fighting for home. They're fighting for material things. Start. Can you imagine a situation where you start struggling for the right factors, for meaningful revolutions, and politicians will not do that for you. I want you to speak to that. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for they were mostly comments that came from the floor. I think this conversation may leave one leaving hopeless about where we are and where I would like to go. It is the truth, says Honorable Matembe, but at the end of the day, this is our country. And all of us have a role to play in turning things around. You, as a voter, can turn things around by electing the right leaders. I don't know how many of us elite in the room are actually registered to vote. I've been struggling with convincing some of my elite friends to actually go and vote because they are hopeless. But I think we need to play our role. We hold positions that we can use to change things around. So I think it's to conclude by saying all of us have a role to play. This is our country. Daniel told us he was told to leave the country for an election. He chose to stay. All of us need to stay and bring sanity to this, our country, Uganda. So thank you all very much for your contributions. We are really short of time and I would like to close it here. As I mentioned earlier, these are ongoing conversations. Let us continue reflecting and let us continue to think about the critical role that we can play in changing the trajectory. So thank you very much and you're welcome to lunch.
Thank you, Patricia, and the panel, please give them a big round of applause. And you'll definitely take a picture as I do a few logistical announcements. We have recovered from the 1.5 hours we lost at the beginning. We've recovered half of that time. So we've recovered 45 minutes. So please clap for yourselves. No, you're not clapping hard enough. It looks like you don't. Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll do a quick lunch. We'll still maintain the 1 hour for lunch. And we will be back here at exactly 2:30 o'clock. Is that agreeable? Now, if you thought that the morning was exciting, wait to see what will happen in the afternoon. We have the UPDF. We also have the Uganda Police Force in the room, and they will be giving a keynote address and speaking some of the issues that have emerged from the morning conversation, but also some of the topics that we've set for them. Thank you very much. Our team of ushers is outside the 2 doors, and they'll be guiding you to where the lunch is. So please just follow the instructions. Thank you.
Check. Check sound.
We are shifting some key elements of elections, and we'll be having conversations with our colleagues in the security agencies. We have a keynote address by the Inspector General of Police, which is going to come on shortly. And then we'll have a panel conversation that has the Uganda People's Defense Forces on building trust between security agencies and citizens, lessons from the past elections. We will have a conversation led by Sarah Birete on human rights standards in election security, really moving from principles to practice, especially reflecting on what happens in Uganda, what has happened in the past, and what we aspire to have. We have Mr. Derek Wandera, who is a senior journalist with the Nation Media Group. He'll be talking about reporting on security and elections, how can we safeguard freedoms while promoting responsible coverage. The other topic, which is going to be presented by Dr. Nansozi Muwanga, the Executive Director of Julius Nyerere Leadership Institute, is on how can we ensure a level playing field, security, political competition, and electoral fairness. This panel and the plenary that will follow will be moderated by an Associate Director at the East African Center for Civil Society Practice and a civil society ecosystem enabler. And I'm saying this for the benefit of Dr. Moses Isova, who has been asking, what does a civil society ecosystem enabler do from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.? And you will see how he will be enabling this conversation as we proceed. Allow me at this time, we have colleagues, who are joining us online, and we haven't recognized them since morning. So I'd like to recognize those of you who couldn't be with us physically because of one reason or the other, and are joining us online. When Commissioner Crispin finishes making new friends or catching up with old friends, I will invite our keynote speaker, represented by Commissioner of Police Chasimile, to speak to us on the topic, the role of security agencies, balancing security and civil liberties. Commissioner of Police, you're welcome.
Permit me to stand on the protocol already established. I am Commissioner of Police, Dina Chasimire. I bring you greetings from the Inspector General of Police, who has not been able to be here due to other commitments, but he sent me to deliver his keynote address, which I'll be doing shortly. But before I do that, with your permission, Chair, I'd like to make some few remarks. Then later I'll read the keynote address verbatim. As police, I'd like to inform us that human rights are ingrained in our training. We don't only talk about human rights during electoral process. We do trainings. At initial training, we have ingrained human rights, initial training. We also have refresher courses, we have intermediate training, we have command course, and then we have regular sensitization programs where we ensure that at every level, every police officer that goes through training understands what human rights are. So in other words, all our policing operations must be according to the law and respecting rule of law. With those few remarks, Chair, permit me to do what I was sent here to do, and that is to read the keynote address of the Inspector General of Police. All protocol observed, good afternoon, participants. I am honored to address you today on a matter central to our country's progress. Security agencies in any country primarily serve to protect the state, its citizens, and critical infrastructure from a wide range of internal and external threats. Their responsibilities are typically divided among different respective agencies. In a democratic country like Uganda, their activities are subject to strict legal and human rights safeguards, prevent abuse of power. I'm grateful that security situation across the country is normal, courtesy of our strategic and deliberate collective efforts. We must appreciate that Uganda has achieved sustainable peace and security that has greatly contributed to the socio-economic transformation of our people. Security agencies play a pivotal role in creating and maintaining this peace. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda entrusts security agencies, the Uganda Police, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, Uganda Prison Service, and other intelligence services with safeguarding our sovereignty and protecting citizens. Our roles include maintaining order, preventing crime, defending territorial integrity, and assisting civilian authorities in times of crisis. As we journey through the activities of 2026 general elections, we are mindful of challenges such as electoral and political violence before, during, and after elections, information manipulation leading to misinformation and disinformation, often amplified on social media. Elections are a common trigger of violence across Africa, a trend that continues despite decades of democratization. However, Uganda still remains a beacon of hope in the Great Lakes region and Africa as a whole. Security agencies play a critical role in balancing security and protecting civil liberties. Their primary responsibility is to protect citizens while respecting and upholding individual rights and freedoms. These liberties are enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which affirms that every person is entitled to respect for their fundamental rights and freedoms. Security and liberty are often portrayed as opposing forces, but in reality, they are interdependent. When it comes to elections, security agencies have a legitimate and necessary role in providing a safe and secure environment for elections. Their core responsibilities include protecting voters, protecting candidates, election officials, and observers. 2, securing electoral material including ballots and voter registration data. 3, managing crowd control at rallies and polling centers. 4, traffic management. 5, enforcing law and public order in a neutral and professional manner. To achieve the above core responsibilities during the 2026 general elections, security agencies with UPF in the lead have undertaken, among others, the following strategies. 1, enhance institutional capacity and professionalism by recruiting and training 10,000 professional police constables, recruitment of 100,000 election special police constables is ongoing, aimed at increasing manpower to ensure security of elections, acquisition of force enablers on time, specialized and refresher trainings in investigations, human rights protection and public order management have been conducted in directorates of Criminal Investigation Directorate, Counterterrorism, FFU in preparation for elections. Trainings are done to enforce constitutionalism, integrity, and respect for human rights. 2, discipline and accountability are being emphasized among security agencies. In addition to our available internal disciplinary mechanism, standard operating procedures for law enforcement officers during the 2026 elections have been made and availed to all officers. 3, interagency collaboration is enhanced for proper coordination and intelligence sharing. This is being facilitated by reactivation of Joint Operations Center, that is JOC, at tactical, operational, and strategic levels. 4, continuous stakeholders engagements and collaboration, including media, are being prioritized. These engagements and community policing have been augmented by the implementation of some county policing model. Promotion of transparency and dialogue between security forces and public, including the media, is essential for building trust and enabling democratic oversight. 5, security agencies, in collaboration with Uganda Communications Commission and media stakeholders, are implementing measures to promote responsible journalism. These include ensuring content accuracy, compliance with the legal framework, fostering coordination between media and security forces. 6, the country has been zoned into 9 election policing zones headed by senior security officers. This is aimed at enhancing quick response and problem solving. UPF established and facilitated an electoral and political department under the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to manage electoral offenses. Our use of technology like surveillance, CCTV cameras is limited to genuine security interests while preserving the rule of law and human rights. The UPF and indeed sister security agencies are submissive and open to civilian authority for checks and balances. UPF has always and will continue to welcome independent oversight institutions such as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, crucial for monitoring and guiding the conduct of security agencies and ensuring accountability. 10, security agencies subscribe and respect international, regional, and domestic legal framework and human rights instruments that require law enforcement to be strictly neutral and impartial. 11, UPF is a member of Justice, Law and Order Sector, JEROS, and is greatly benefiting in terms of capacity building, in trainings, integrated with human rights protection, and this enhances our personal judgment in respect to protecting human rights. 12, the Security Master Plan for securing 2026 general elections has been finalized and is being implemented. It is designed to manage threats while protecting the rights of peaceful participants. As I conclude, let us acknowledge that balancing security and civil liberties is not a trade-off, but a shared responsibility requiring vigilance, civilian authority, and the general public alike. The above strategies are key in balancing security and civil liberties during this election period. I thank you all for God and my country.
Good afternoon. A befitting round of applause to Commissioner of Police Dina, who has shared with us the keynote from the IGP, and we receive the greetings from the IGP, and please do pass on our most hearty greetings to IGP when you return. We are getting into our second panel of the day, and I hope that you are geared for what we have on the menu this afternoon. My name is Malcolm Mpamizo, And yes, Moses and I will have a tete-a-tete later on about what it means to be a civil society ecosystem enabler, which is what I am. And I will get started on my job, enabling our panel to get up here. We do have an eminent panel of 4 persons, in no particular order. I'll invite Honorable Major General Henry Masiko. He's a member of parliament representing the UPDF in the current parliament. Please welcome him a little more warmly. You're most welcome. We do have a face that is not new to very many of us. Sarah Birete, who is the Executive Director at the Center for Constitutional Governance, a seasoned constitutional lawyer, will be joining us as well. You're welcome, Sarah. We also have Derek Wandera. Derek is a senior journalist with the Nation Media Group. Welcome, Derek. Do we have the Nation Media Group covering this event? These days we have to be sure. And last but certainly not least is Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, the Executive Director at the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. Please do welcome Dr. Mwanga to join us. Wonderful. Well, this conversation this afternoon is going to focus on what I would say is a defining question for Uganda's democracy, especially in the run-up to the upcoming elections. We want to discuss how do security agencies safeguard elections while also protecting the civil liberties which give those elections actual meaning. We are looking not at security or rights. It's not one or the other. It is more security through rights. How do we have security through a human rights lens? Looking at issues of proportionality, of legality, of accountability. Those are very, very key issues. We have listened to the keynote from the IGP, and we've been told how much training goes into the police force, especially. And we expect that training to manifest in the work that the police force does. I'm sure that Major General Masiko will tell us about the training that happens at the UPDF as well. And so I would like to start with Honorable Major General Masiko. We do know that we have a checkered history with the military as far as democracy is concerned in Uganda. The population, the citizens, and the military haven't always had a smooth relationship. And there have been attempts several times to talk about a professionalized military. And yet, from the different reports, the indexes that are being done, we still realize that there's a fraughtness in the relationship between the military and the citizenry. And when you look at the reports in the year leading up to elections, the reported incidents even grow. So how do we foster trust, a trust-building relationship between the military and the citizens, especially in an area of elections, learning from the past, because we have experience. The elections are not something new, so we have experience. And so from those experiences, what are we learning about how to engage with the citizens during elections and be able to build trust?
Thank you, the chair of this panel and all the distinguished members of this forum. Good afternoon. As earlier introduced, I'm Major General Henry Masco. I'm honored to be here representing our Chief of Joint Staff, Lieutenant General Jack Bakasumba. I'm not sure, there is no time limit here for me, but seeing the...
I apologize. I apologize. We'll do 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Yes.
I'll try to...
Thank you.
To stick to that. I'm here to look at building trust between security agencies and citizens, lessons learned from the past elections. It's quite a task, but I will try to see in these 7 minutes how I bring you to board. First, I want to premise my short presentation, premise it on refreshing ourselves about some key areas in our constitution. And I am opening with the quoting chapter 1, article 1, sovereignty of the people. All power belongs to the people who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with this constitution. So the matter of sovereignty is defined from the onset by the national constitution. And I jump to subsection 4, the people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free, and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda. That's one quote from our constitution, and I run to Article 209, which is on defense and national security chapter. 209 spells out the functions of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, and I'm interested in the first three. A, to preserve and defend the sovereignty, which we've already defined, or which has been defined by the Constitution, and the territorial integrity of Uganda. B, to cooperate with the civilian authority in emergency situations and in cases of disasters. And C, to foster harmony and understanding between the defense forces and civilians. There is the other one which enjoins us to participate in development activities. Those quotes really speak for themselves, and they make my work easy. They make my work easy. But to focus on what we are really discussing, as we are in the middle of the electoral process already, which commenced, I think, sometime in June this year, and will culminate in February next year. The Constitution, as I have indicated, clearly enjoins us as Uganda People's Defense Forces, among other functions, to do the three which I have quoted verbatim from the Constitution. And on C, which is fostering harmony and understanding between the defense forces and civilians, I think it rhymes very well with the sub-theme you have given us as UPDF, to tell you how to build trust, building trust between ourselves and the civilians or citizens in the past and currently. I want to say that as a key stakeholder, the Uganda People's Defense Forces usually establishes a National Security and Mobilization Task Force, abbreviated as NSMTF. This works with the other security agencies, especially Uganda Police Force, as has been indicated by the Inspector General of Police. It works with these agencies to ensure, one, election security. Election security in this sense that election passes with no threats, because to secure means to minimize threats, to minimize dangers to something. So election, like any other, the police talks of the state, the citizenry, and activities, crucial activities of national life, it must be secured. Otherwise, it is a very attractive and vulnerable process. Attractive to those who hate democracy from within and without. I don't know why people hate democracy, but it's a reality of life. So it's the duty of state agencies, especially the army and her sister agencies, to secure that critical process in the democratic life of a country. Elections are one such benchmark of democratic life. And in Uganda, since 1986, at least there has been some level of commitment that never again should we falter on constitutional and democratic life in the country. At independence, this was the vision of those who fought for independence. They were, for the first time, clamoring for democracy in so many years, because before colonialism, there was no democracy here. During colonialism, there was no democracy. So independence was such a platform to have people participate in their life, in the way they determined their destiny. However, we know what happened is soon after independence. It was a false start. We had coups, and it was very, very unfortunate. But for Uganda, since '86, at least there is testament that we are committed to no compromise of democracy. So elections are such a test, are such a pillar of democratic life, and it must be secured. This national task force, which is always set up before, during, and post-election period, is also to mobilize the population towards supporting the national security efforts. We call it foundation security. And to this effect, we have elaborate deployment with instructions on these two indicators. No threat to the sovereignty of the people. Their sovereignty is exercised through elections. So at that point, we must be maximum alert. Nobody should tamper with that process through intimidation, through violence, through sponsoring terror, and so on. Secondly, to ensure the population is sensitized that it is in their interest to work with security agencies. So we must have contact. We must have communication with the masses. And this we've started, and we've done it in the past. Now, the past experiences, '96, the election took place despite the fact that the country was still seized with insurgencies in some parts of the country. But as we know, the election went on, we had credible outcomes, and the country moved on. To the time we had the next round of elections, 2001, still the country was still seized with violence in some parts. But the army ensured that the country did not lose opportunity to keep on track. In 2006, we were still battling the Konyi terror activities, but still the election went on. Credit to the efforts, elaborate and strategic efforts of the security and the defense forces. 2011, we were at the coming to the tail end of most of the serious destabilizing forces. And of course, that was reflected in how even the country participated. The patterns in voting could show, those of who are in research may find out, characteristic of the improving situation in terms of the stabilization and peace building in the country. You may lose count, but since 1996, 2026 is going to be, I think, I don't know what round, 8th round of general elections. The one which is dramatic and spectacular is 2021. This election was held despite the world being in a lockdown. There had been debate to postpone, but given our commitment that there should never be really compromise, it should be the last resort on democratic processes, we took a stand that we shall engage into a scientific general election, observing the SOPs of the lockdown. And that posed its own challenges because some political actors thought that that was also a matter to play around with. They went out to defy it. And that provoked equal measure of response because where life and stability, I mean life and existence of humanity was concerned, and somebody chooses to defy that, you could not have expected the security forces to respond otherwise. Be as it were, the election went on, it produced results, and here we are to a post-lockdown situation where we are yet again going in a predictable and sure next round of people exercising their sovereign right. What are we doing? I have explained. We have an elaborate structure which we have arranged under a National Security Mobilization Task Force. It has different aspects. It has aspects of territory, different zones of the country. It has aspects of demographics, the young people, how do they get guided, the media engagement, and other unique institutions in society. This is an important platform where you get opportunity. I think I am, for your information, the head of the implementation committee of that National Security Task Force. So you are getting it from the real source. And I am happy when this opportunity was presented by the Human Rights Commission, we seized it with the honor and no hesitation. I think this is what I can say for now. We have really babysat and nursed the democratic process, the constitutional growth, despite sometimes very, very challenging times in terms of a threat to the security of the state and the nation as a whole. I thank you. I look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. And as you've shared with us elaborately from the UPDF perspective, how its role dovetails with the electoral processes, and indeed the past 6 iterations of elections in Uganda have had heavy involvement of the military. You did mention the task force that elaborately deploys to mobilize the people to ensure foundational security. And I guess that tells us why there's quite a heavy deployment during the elections. We are being mobilized as a people to ensure that is foundational security. I saw Dr. Birete scribbling very vehemently while Honorable Masiko was speaking. And so I'll ask you to come in at this point and just share with us how do we, and I think you'll bring it in very well, because a lot of what Honorable Masiko has mentioned is taking us back to the law, what it says, and how good it is, what it provides for. But in actual practical terms, what is the existing relationship between security agencies and the citizenry when it comes to election time? And how do we enforce human rights standards in the relationship with security, especially during the election season?
Thank you very much, Malcolm. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was indeed writing when Afande was citing the Constitution, because there is deliberate misinterpretation between Article 209, Clause 2, and Article 212, subsection D of the Constitution. And I'm glad my sister and land friend Dina is in the room. Whereas Afande was very clear on Article 2092, where the army is enjoined to act with other agencies in situations of emergency and disaster. The police, on the other hand, under Article 212, subsection D, sometimes misleads the people. And I want to give a simple example. The recent raids on the National Unity Platform. The army has been arriving before police. And when the media asks police, they say, we invited the army. Whereas 212D says police can cooperate with other agencies, I think it should be mindful that the army is limited to situations of emergency and disaster. And issues like simple policing, simple rule of law matters, elections, hardly qualify as a disaster or emergency. Even simple matters, you find the army arrives before police. Rule of law keeping. And the police would say, we invited them. So the police needs to explain, was that an emergency? Was it a disaster? Was it something that they couldn't handle as an institution? Because I think there is overreach of the army in policing matters, and that's where the whole distortion comes in. And I was happy when Afande started with that. Emergency and disaster. And the police owes us an explanation on whether simple rule of law matter keeping qualifies as emergency or disaster. I want to give examples of the history. Because electoral violence in Uganda started, of course, 1996, there were simple skirmishes in Kampala and Rukunjiri. For example, where the late Paul Kawanga Semogere rally was fired at in Rukunjiri in 1996 by the army. Even when the NRM regime enjoyed like 95% of population support, there was violence. In 2001, when electoral reform emerged, that was the first time when Ugandans were shocked at the extent of electoral violence in our elections. With some army officers, I remember a Lieutenant Colonel who drove an army pickup through a rally in Mukono. We remember the shootings in Blange and other incidences of violence then. 2006, still there was violence, but a bit less, slightly less than 201. Of course, 201 also saw the death of the late Manonero in CMI custody and all the violence that happened. 2011, of course, building into walk to work, there was violence. 2016, a bit lower than 2011. Then 2021, an escalation. So we have been having violence. One election is more, another election they reduce it, another election. And this campaign so far, 1 month into presidential campaigns, largely peaceful, which is a testimony that the army chooses when to deploy violence and when not to deploy it. Of course, we are emerging from the Kawempe by-election. We cannot lose sight of the extreme excesses of the army, including driving a mamba through a polling station that shocked Ugandans for the first time. A mamba with more than 100 guns driven into a polling station in an urban constituency in Kawempe. And we've never been told what was at stake in terms of security risk. We don't know what you were preventing, or if police invited you to assist them in Kawempe, what was the nature of the emergency or disaster as contained in our constitution. So coming from that background, a seeming peace, does it make Ugandans happy? I think everybody is like, stand by, let's wait and see. What are they likely to do in the next remaining 2 months? Because you choose when to deploy them, even when citizens have no information or explanation whatsoever as to what is at stake, other than one political party losing power. We have never known what instigates this violence on the part of security than a possible defeat of the ruling party. So it would be good also to know whether a threat holding onto power by NRM is classified as a security threat in an election. I think it would be very important to know that. When you come to the topic on security and human rights generally during elections, we need to understand that there should be a balancing act. We are all aware of the functions to keep law and order, of the security measures necessitated for a massive civilian exercise, but we have never lost sight of the role of security usurping the importance of fundamental rights and freedoms of the people. And we don't know whether, for example, in Kawempe, your committees are funded and the representative of IGP discussed this balancing act, or what informed your decisions of excessive violence in Kawempe. If you look at the rights at stake during elections, of course, a right to vote and be voted for, we saw during the parliamentary elections, for example, in Bukedea, where police mounted a roadblock to the nomination center. What caused that decision? That you mount a roadblock to Bukedea nomination center? We have video camera evidence. You stop people from getting nominated as police in connivance with the Electoral Commission. What was at stake? And what informed those decisions? When you look at the freedom of expression, movement, association, and assembly, we have had cases of blocking Honorable Chagulanyi's routes, diverting his routes, with a raid on his hotel in Irira the other day, with tear gassing his camp in a hotel about 2 days ago. And in Irira also, where he was denied access to his gazetted campaign venue. What was at stake by you, the security actors, that you violate somebody's right to freely access voters. When you look at freedom of association, of course, we have the national, the NMG group in the room, who have been blocked from accessing parliament. We have had, this might be, because the reason parliament has given is that it is a security measure. And since we are discussing security, maybe you are the right people to tell us, what is that security measure at parliament that you broke one particular media group from accessing parliament, a citizen's temple for democracy? What is the security measure at parliament? Freedom from violence and intimidation. Of course, when you look at the events surrounding GIZ and the civil society, with far-fetched attempts to represent GIZ like the former DGF, you see two things at stake. One is a plan being cooked by security to close NGOs before voting. Two is a plan being cooked by security to embezzle taxpayers' money, like we saw during the fake bombs on Mother's Day. It cannot go beyond the two issues. And this is intimidation on the civil society members. What is the security issue at stake surrounding GIZ saga? If you look at issues of non-discrimination, it was unfortunate that I missed the presentation of the Electoral Commission in the morning. But if you look at the manner in which presidential candidates were treated, 28 candidates, aspirants that returned nomination forms, the manner in which Electoral Commission dealt with the exercise of verification of signatures leaves a lot to be desired, including certificates that were well stamped at the same time when Electoral Commission was writing to candidates that they don't have signatures. It seems like a stage-managed process that was meant to have a particular algorithm for presidential elections. So when you look at this balancing act, I think it would be important for the security, if indeed, like the general on the panel cited Article 1 of the Constitution, if you work in the interest of the people, why are you never transparent on the issues that inform your decisions that are outside the Constitution? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for that very impassioned, and I'm surprised the hand clap was lukewarm. That was very impassioned, and definitely asking questions that many of us are thinking. I feel, Commissioner of Police Dina, you probably needed a sit up here to be able to respond to some of these direct questions, but we shall be able to have a discussion, a plenary point, and be able to get into some of these. And thank you so much, Sarah, for really bringing to practice, bringing to the fore what is happening in practice, and we will be able to interrogate that further and give an opportunity for response to those that you directed some of these assertions to. Moving on, we'll look at a very important aspect of elections, and that is the fourth estate, the journalists. They are a very critical pillar. Freedom of press freedom is a very critical pillar in a functional democracy, and credible elections being a very fundamental part of democracies, we expect that credible elections will have security that facilitates journalists to be able to do their work during elections, not one that curtails. Because during election periods, journalists face very predictable challenges, and we have a plethora of evidence of where journalists have struggled to be able to do their job during elections. Yes, there are incidents where they have been successful as well, but the chills that come from some of the actions against the journalists, I'll ask you, Derek, to speak for yourself and on behalf of your colleagues. What needs to be done to be able to safeguard the rights of journalists to be able to practice their profession in an election season?
Thank you, Malcolm, and I'm happy to be on this panel this afternoon. Sitting on this panel is one very good opportunity, because Geno is here. He sits in Parliament as an ex-official, but also he's elected member. Yes, sorry. And also he belongs to the UPDF, which falls under executive, as a member of the Nation Media Group. The two very important aspects of the elections are happening right now, but we cannot access the information. We cannot access these places. First, we can't access the head of state, who is the head of the executive. Two, we can't access parliament, which is the legislative arm of government. Those are two critical arms of government that a huge media house like NMG has no access to, because we've been blocked for one or the other reason. And like Sarah has put it, they say a security threat in parliament. And I saw the statement that was produced by one of the press secretaries of the president, Farouk, saying, because of one of the stories that happened in Chisozi, when we said the farmers had gone to look at the 1 acre model that they said it's a sham and it cannot work for them. So the president got so annoyed at a personal level and said, these people should not cover me. Now we're looking at a country which professes democracy. And in the middle of a very important election, the biggest media house in the country, so to say, arguably, does not have access to any of those two parties. The presidential elections are happening and the parliamentary, but we can't access parliament where laws are made. We can't access the state house. That is telling of the hypocrisy that the country is trying to tell everyone that cares to listen. Now you ask about responsible reporting. There are very many skirmishes of issues of blocking the journalists. If we are not beaten, we are arrested, and if we are not arrested, we are just blocked. Yesterday, the police spokesperson confirmed that they have jammers when we are covering the elections. Jammers are technological equipment that blocks internet. And you know, in such a tech-savvy era, everything has to be digital fast. But now police comes in with jammers to make sure that we do not share the information to the people. I was working on that story of the raid on Bobby Wine's hotel, and they were complaining that they raided the office because some of those people, some of Bobby Wine's supporters, had stolen their jammer. For crying out loud, what is the jammer doing on an election trail?
what? So in all these small but many aspects that we as journalists face in an election, they portend a very huge image that is thrown and cast out there, with people walking around and saying and professing democracy, and yet in the real sense of it, they do not want it to actually happen. They don't want democracy to thrive. Because like Malcolm put it when he was inviting me, press is a very huge aspect in an election, in a democracy. But if we are to face all these challenges that we have, then it's better that the country says, or the government says, that we would love to have democracy, but we don't want to be held accountable. So let's just continue without the press and any other thing to do with elections. I think that would be the best way to put it. Because if we continue coming here and pretending that there is a democracy in our country, and yet we are facing the real weight of no democracy, we are not allowed to do our job as journalists, then it's a shame on us. And so what do we do to ensure we have responsible reporting? As reporters, as journalists, we are doing our work on eggshells. We walk on eggshells because you don't know whether what you speak or what you write will permit you arrival to your home peacefully. You know, so many journalists have been intercepted. Our phones are always being surveilled because they want to hear us speaking what and communicating to who. For me, I feel these can only be addressed if, for instance, the president doesn't become very annoyed because of one story. You know, some of these matters can always be solved by issuing out a statement. But also we know that if a journalist has written something that's not supposed to be written, there are courts of law to address those matters. President can sue us and say, you have done this, not blocking and depriving the entire country of information that it would have rather had. And I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Derek, you have evoked the memories of the right to annoy that was made famous in certain circles, which we shall not, which we shall not repeat. But thank you very much for poignantly sharing with us the challenges that you're facing and the importance of integrity in an election through respecting press freedom. We shall move on to Dr. Mwanga, who has a very huge task to come last, first of all, but also to share with us what it means to have a level playing field. Dramatic pause. A level playing field. Electoral fairness. And it is a task. It is a task, one that the Electoral Commission has, one that the government has, to ensure that its security operations happen in a fair manner, to ensure that the application of public order administration is done in a fair manner, that the use of state resources in elections, both security and other resources, done in a fair manner. Dr. Mwanga, is a level playing field possible? And if so, how?
First of all, thank you very much, Malcolm, for answering the questions. So I don't really have to do very much. Coming last is really very, very difficult because pretty much everything has been said. But that being said, I'm going to start. I'm going to ask you to allow me 3 minutes, not to answer your questions, but to talk about something else. Something that has come through each presentation since this morning has been the issue of trust. That's one. The second one has been the lack of civic education and voter education, and the fact that most people don't know what their roles and responsibilities are. 25 years ago, I was super excited to be part of a consultancy group that was hired by the Uganda Human Rights Commission to come up with continuous civic education framework. The group was made of myself, some from Kenya, from South Africa, and we came up with a huge document. We waited, and nothing happened with that document. 25 years ago. 2001 till today. Yet at the center of all the issues that have been discussed since this morning has been the fact that most people don't know what their role is, what their responsibilities are, and what in fact they can or cannot do. And much as I would really want to buy into the idea that there are no resources, I'm afraid I don't. Back in the day, when some of us were young, civic education was part of what we did in school. It was on the curriculum. So you were in school and you knew what your rights were as a citizen and what your responsibilities were as a citizen, right from primary. And it did not take extra resources in order to be able to do that. I just thought I'd put that out there because I've been hearing it and I'm thinking this document was out there 25 years ago. I don't know what happened to it. I'm not going to ask, but I know that it was well received and we got paid. So, yeah. The other thing, and I'm going to answer your question shortly, the other thing is that about the youth. There's a way that we talk about the youth as if they're a homogeneous group. A recent study, which I've been part of with Manchester University, has been looking at youth in different places. Youth in informal settlements are completely different from the youth who's at Makere, the youth who's in Kawempe, and so on and so forth. So I think we need to also maybe talk about that in a way that disaggregates them and their needs and the issues. When it comes to politics, because now I'm dovetailing into my question, 70% of our population is youth. And the idea that they're disengaged or they're not part of politics, actually they are. When you talk to a lot of young people especially in the informal settlements, as far as they're concerned, politics is money. So they will tell you, I have 4 T-shirts. This was around 2021. I have 4 T-shirts. Anybody who calls me at any time and gives me 50,000, I can drive a border and support them. So the concept of participation, again, has to be unpacked and we need to be able to understand it. I totally understand it that maybe I'm coming at this from an academic point of view and research, but really this is something that has intrigued me for some time because we talk about young people and the fact that young people are not aware of politics. They are, and they're able to actually play everybody unknown to them. Now, when it comes to the issue of a level playing field, now the issue of a level playing field, Uganda has made some notable successes on paper. We've got an active electoral commission. We hold regular multi-party elections. We have a relatively expanded civic engagement. Yet, despite that, a recent survey by Afrobarometer shows that there is public mistrust or lack of trust, not only in the Electoral Commission, but the fact that it is deemed to be weak. Secondly, most of the citizens interviewed for that survey and another one say that in order to ensure a fair playing field, one has to first of all deal with the issue of the militarization, monetization of politics, and secondly, the issue of repression and restriction on the civic space.
Now, I don't have the answers, and since morning we've been debating this, and I am gradually coming to what I am hearing. In terms of a level playing field, the fact that it is just not an issue of legality, yeah, but it is a fundamental part of our democratic journey. And if we are going to be able to have legitimacy in terms of our elections, if we are able to have peaceful transitions of power, we must deal with the issue of that level playing field. But one of the components of that seems to have been absent in the conversation, or maybe I missed it at some point, were political parties. Political parties have failed to do their job in nurturing and grooming and in ensuring that there is that level of competition within their parties themselves, and then their ability to do that outside. Now, the challenge doesn't lie in organizing elections, okay? But the ability to be able to ensure that those elections are transparent, inclusive, and credible. So in terms of a level playing field, what constitutes it? First and foremost, the rules of the game have to be very clear. And from the submission of the previous speakers, those rules are not very clear. They have to also be consistent. And not only that, they must also be applied equally. The issue of the state, and I think that this becomes problematic in many ways, the issue of the state being neutral is key to ensuring that the playing field is kept a level for all candidates, and voters to be able to enjoy equal protection under the law, but more importantly, to have the freedom to be able to express, assemble, participate without fear. Now, the second element of a level playing field, I'm mindful that I have 3 minutes. The second element of the level playing field relates to the role of institutions and the role of leadership. Now, as I said, a recent survey by Afrobarometer has its misgivings in terms of whether the Electoral Commission is not biased, etc., etc. But more than that, I think the issue is its ability to act transparently and to be able to enforce the rules it has consistently. The issue of the security sector, which Honorable Masiko has spoken on, I think it's more than being able to respond to emergencies and being able to safeguard rights, especially with the police, and not to politicize enforcement. So at this point, we're trying to look at what elements are needed in order to level the playing field. The third one is about the role of political actors themselves and the citizens. Now, political actors themselves must not only respect the process, but must avoid inflammatory rhetoric when they go out on the campaign trail and so on and so forth. I think that was dealt with quite adequately this morning. But that role is really key and important when you're talking about leveling the field. Now, the other issue is citizens' ability to demand, and this takes us back to the issue of civic education. I can't demand what I don't know. I can't demand what I have not been given, heads up on what I can and can't do. So the ability of citizens to demand fairness for all sides, not just their own, has to be embedded in the ability of citizens to have had prior civic education. And I'm not talking about voter education, which happens a month or two before, but this is the continuous civic education that we wrote a program for 25 years ago. The fourth thing is sustaining a fair political environment, whereby, financing is an issue. When I hear people spending 2 billion, 10 billion on an election, my question is, how are you going to get that money back? Clearly, you're putting that money in order to be able to get it back at some future date, which then takes me down a very slippery slope in looking at issues of corruption and so on and so forth. There is no way an individual sells their home, sells their car, literally short of selling one kidney in order to be able to stand for an election, unless they actually anticipate that they're going to be able to get the returns on that money. The issue of strengthening election observation and putting in place the structures, I think, has already been dealt with, and the importance of these structures. But you see, structures exist not in a vacuum. These structures are actually manned by individuals and officials, and this must be done in a way that is not only transparent, but which is accountable to all actors. Now, the issue of political competition. Now, one of the things that came up this morning, if I remember correctly, and briefly here, is the issue of state resources, the use and misuse of state resources. Now, if the misuse of state resources for partisan reason means that you are undermining and you're tilting the playing field, and therefore this is something that needs to be addressed. And the issue of promoting equitable access to the media, again, is something that, again, will tip the scales and ensure that you have a level playing field. The other thing which we tend to shy away from, and I know I have half a minute, shy away from, is the strength of internal political democracy. Even the political opposition do not want to talk about the strength of the internal politics and the structures. Now, when I heard this young lady, I think she's called Belinda, talking about the youth, I was taken back to a place where in the 1960s, political parties had youth wings, where they nurtured the young amongst them to be able to, not only riot, but to be able to uphold the politics and ideals of that political party. Which leads me to a question, and maybe a question that is open to everybody to respond to. Do political parties these days have an ideology? When you're talking about independent, they have not accepted me, I'm going to become an independent. What does that mean? When you talk about the monetization, what does that mean in terms of being able to ensure that the playing field is equal? Finally, I see you almost getting up. I think that sorry. I'm very sorry. Finally. Yes. Why does fairness matter? One, legitimacy. You must trust and accept results. And if you don't trust and accept results, it means that actually you're lying to yourself that you're in a democracy. Secondly, fairness matters because it actually underwrites peace, and fair competition tends to reduce the tension, suspicion, and the post-election conflicts. Right now, I think there's about 3 or 4 elections taking place on the continent, and 2 of them, because of the unfairness or the uneven level of a playing field, you're seeing already the beginnings of a post-election conflict. I want to close with a reflection. And that reflection is anchored in what Mwalimu Julius Nyerere spoke about. The fact that democracy is not a game for the few. The idea that only a few people really know this game, and actually it's a responsibility for all of us sitting here and those out there to be able to ensure and that we strengthen not only peace, but also widen the participation of different actors in the political space in order to restore that fairness. And I think I have to stop here. Ultimately, I invite questions, and definitely I'll invite all of you also to read or to get access to this book. We wrote this book, we co-edited this book in 2022. It's called Reviewing the Form and Substance of the 2021 Elections. You will find most of the questions we've been talking about: monetization, militarization, youth apathy, and so on and so forth. It is academics, non-academics who contributed, and it's really, really good. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Mwanga. And I think you had me at trust, because the integrity of every election, the integrity of a democracy is premised on the ability for the citizens to have trust in the institutions, that of the democratic institutions, that they are functional, that they are going to be able to deliver a credible result. So thank you very, very much. We will open it up to questions. We'll take 5 at a time. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Where are the microphones? There's one there and one. There's only one. Just bring it this side. So we'll take one there. And please do state your name and direct your question to a panelist. Okay? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm Farida Rule, Executive Director, Ushahidi Foundation, Uganda. I'd like to thank my sister Sarah for that good submission. My question goes to the person who gave the keynote address. Still, my question is about Kawempe North. The men in khaki, black, and blue were disempowered by the men in green. The police is in charge of deploying polling constables. In case of Kawempe, they were like us, the voters. So how different are you going to prepare these men of yours that you're training in human rights to actually be able to be in charge of the election of 2026 when they could not do much in a small by-election of 9 parishes of 200 voters?
Thank you, Farida. I had asked you to direct to the panelists, but you have chosen to disregard my instruction. But thank you. The question is a valid one, and we shall have responses to it. The gentleman there, and then you.
Thank you, Malcolm. My name is Ojambo. When I saw the Major General begin to talk, and the first thing was to quote a few sections of the law, I said, yeah, that's what police officers and army officers do. They always have the Constitution, and they will want to read it to you, but do the opposite. Why? Because they believe in the rule by law, but not rule of law. And that is the major problem in Uganda. Everybody who purport reading to you the Constitution, doubt them, because they are men of rule by law, and that law should work for them. Major General, why did you take over police work in Uganda?
Thank you. Let's keep them short and sharp like that.
Thank you very much. My name is Bira Chwanuka Nasa. I stand in between
the young people, and the aged. I have two short concerns. The first one is general. In this election, like the previous elections, we seem not to trust the civil society. The state seem not to trust the civil society. But at the same time, the state seem not to also trust the non-civil society. Those are the youth we are describing that are going to the streets. So I want to call upon all of us, especially state institutions, to build trust with one section. Either the civil society, which has been doing voter education, civic education, public awareness. By the way, we used to have a little push and demand from the Uganda Human Rights Commission because we were fixers, but the state does not trust this civil society. And once you do not trust the civil one, the uncivil will arise. The second comment I want to make relates to my brother Fande. In this country, the security, I don't want to say UPDF, though it is, has taken charge of the electoral process. If I applied for accreditation today, I will receive a call from security. Instead of receiving a call from the Electoral Commission, and security helps the Electoral Commission to vet. Whoever has applied for accreditation has submitted documents to Kololo. Instead of submitting documents to, what is this other side of Electoral Commission? The other side I'm forgetting. No, industry.
Industry.
So my opinion, yes, now my request and call is that security should develop confidence that we mean well to this country. And when security, I run such a spaces in our region. When security is speaking, they seem to say that civil society doesn't love the country. My dear, unlike you, the rest, some of us even don't have passports. This is our final destination. For you may have the second destination because some of you have what? Different passports.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Charity, did you have a question?
Thank you, Malcolm.
You're next.
Yes, I have to get space. Charity Kalebo Ahimbisibwe is my name. I'm the Executive Director at the Electoral Laws and Governance Institute, an institute that looks at laws that govern elections. And so things like electoral fraud and corruption interest me. My question goes direct to the journalist, Derek. So Derek, we find ourselves at a crossroad because first, I'm a journalist, I'm a political scientist, I'm a lawyer, I have many other things. But now that we find ourselves here, I want you to respond to what is the role of a journalist in an electoral cycle? I want you to respond to the question of us being signatories and having domesticated some of these instruments, but do not care about press freedom and about the role of journalism, and what the Daily Monitor has done for the citizens of Uganda in this electoral cycle. I had expected, and this one is not yours, Derek, this is to the rest of the Ugandans. I'd expected that today Ugandans were going to rise up themselves to protest the abuse on NTV and Daily Monitor journalists, because we have not seen the best headlines apart from those that have been published by the Daily Monitor for the last 6 months. I want to commend that news house. And I must also say, to those in power that there are many who have been in power before. You will come, you will go. We will be here. So remember, as you trample on the rights of those who are fighting for the rights of citizens, you too have a day.
Thank you very much, Charity. We were told power belongs to the people, so we are the people. Our final question, we'll get back to the panelists, and then how many more questions are there? Two. Okay. We'll get back. Let's hear this.
Mine goes to Major. You know, when it comes to, I have just taken some observation. In 2016 elections, that's when you saw DGF beginning to get challenges working with the state. In 2019, 2020, we saw the deportation of the country director of IFES, International Federation of Electoral Systems, in a US-based agency. And you can now observe currently what's happening in the country, that they are threatening the nation media group. We are also seeing a lot of intimidation, even when we are singing about democracy in the country. So, and sometimes the state and security agencies come to justify this, saying that some of these partners or donors we are seeing currently with the GIZ, what Dr. Sarah brought up, it's happening, and the justification of the state says these people are involved in subversive activities. And most times security does not give us a report on which kind of activity that is against the state, and brings what Sarah was saying. Is it a threat or creating external threat to the country when these people are coming to support civic and vote education? So when I follow the trend, and security normally they do not give us that feedback or report.
Okay.
And because what my colleague said the other side, some of us who applied vote education, we have been summoned to State House several times.
To State House?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to justify our work. Yet we are contributing to the state in terms of contributing civic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to have, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Jemima Elizabeth Chiwudu. My questions will go to the Major General. Major General, can you...
We're about to have a quota on questions for the Major General.
Can you term the security operations in Uganda during this critical season for us as Ugandans as neutral, and ensuring that all political actors enjoy equal protection during campaigns and voting without discrimination, because this is one of their fundamental rights according to Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Secondly, we have been talking about mistrust. What steps are the security agencies taking to rebuild trust where citizens perceive security agencies as instruments of the ruling regime, and we think that the ruling regime is your sovereign rather than us, the people of Uganda, whom you're saying that Article 1 of the Constitution says that the sovereignty of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jemima. We'll hear from Commissioner of Police, Chasi Mire.
Thank you. Actually, mine is not a question, it's a clarification. Derek, you talked about the Lila incident where you said that the PRO of Uganda Police said that police has had jammers. No. No, I want to make it clear. They alleged that police had jammers, but police did not have jammers. So they alleged that they vandalized police vehicles because they had jammers. So, and I think you read the press release, so I really wanted us to, because I had people clapping when you asked why police had jammers, but we did not have jammers. There were allegations, and I'm sure those jammers were not discovered in the police vehicles. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, there's the issue of trust coming up there. Thank you for that clarification. We'll have a question there, and we are going to go. There's a lady in the back, yes, in black, and we shall end it at that so we can hear from our panelists and close the afternoon.
Thank you so much. My name is Natuela Fiona Destiny. So my question goes to Ms. Sarah. In regards to the Constitution, when we pick a little bit in history, we see what happened in the 1962 thereafter independence was because of the way the Constitution was fragile. That you had power to the president at the time, and the power to the prime minister at the time. So we see the same thing happening now, that power is being divided and everyone is able to make a decision at any time they want. So what is being done to preserve our Constitution? Because all the problems that we're having are stemming from only one thing, the Constitution of Uganda. Question number 2 is goes to...
We have only time for one question, huh? Okay. Thank you, thank you. So let's have that at the back.
My name is Paga Gloria, the Deputy Secretary General of FDC. We are talking of peace and security during this electoral season. The candidate that was actually blocked in Bukedia by the security forces in connivance with the Electoral Commission was an FDC candidate in the names of Noma Susan Notai. And we are starting the electioneering. How do we trust you? And where do we seek justice?
Thank you. So I have one question on behalf of Dr. Mwanga to the Uganda Human Rights Commission. What happened to that report on civic education? Due to public demand, we are going to have one question on this side. I shared a table with her. I cannot go back to that table if she does not get to speak. Honorable Dr. Miria Matembe.
Thank you very much. Of course, mine is not a question. And for me, I heard you say you are closing to go. In Irunyankore, we say that if a bird flies without speaking, they think it is a baby bird. So how can I be here the whole day and I go without saying a word? And I speak only when I'm provoked. But I want to thank God and the Electoral Commission for this. I mean human rights for this dialogue. I was provoked by the quotation of the Constitution. I don't know how many of you here were participants in the making of the Constitution. Is there anybody? Nobody. You were there? Okay. You know me, I was right from the beginning of making it to the beginning of implementing it. So everything to do with that Constitution, I know. So when people start quoting the Constitution, which they know stopped to exist. When you say power of the people were the very people who said, very crucial, no removal of term limit. Down the road of implementing the Constitution, when it was saying principle of separation of powers, the moment it started being implemented, the fight against the principle of separation of powers started. Down the road, that 1995 Constitution was maimed or cut, no legs or whatever, but it is disabled. It was disabled by removing the main thing. Now in Uganda, there is a document called Constitution, but no constitutionalism at all. And that is a big difference. So whatever we are talking here, simanye election, simanye bichi, Ugandans, you better devise ways of redeeming yourselves and delivering this country. I don't know what ways you will make, but if the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs said it clearly, that look here, transition is already done in the rooms which matter. Forget you people, not everybody has power. And we cannot get transition through elections. That is Minister of Constitutional Affairs. Here we are debating. This is dialogue. It's good to have it. I'm not here to kill your hopes. But I want to tell you that your hopes and trust should be in our God and not in any of these institutions which are lying us, and should be in ourselves, ourselves. Thank you very much. At least I have not gone without.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Matembe. You've reminded me of a quotation. Someone said that what bribed Ugandans was the Constitution itself, that the Constitution was the bribe that Ugandans received, and we think we have something. But actually, power belongs to some people and not all the people, as it is said in the Constitution. We'll have responses from, you need to? Okay, so we'll have responses at this point. We'll start with the Major General and then come down the line, also responding to some questions that might have been raised by the panelists as well.
Thank you, our chair. I will start with the cross-cutting issues by making general observations. One, I am alive to the process of constitutionalism in this country. So, Honorable Matembe, today you are unlucky, the old woman. Expert and a lawyer. This document, taken as it is, she knows she included chapter 18 in this constitution. Why did you include chapter 18 with very elaborate articles about amending this constitution? So you need to be serious. And at our age, me and her as senior citizens, it's very unfair to these young people. Whichever real opinion you hold, you must be fair. Obscurantism is a very bad thing, and it should be really avoided in the interest of the generation we are handing over the future. Secondly, to show the likes of Zito Jamu that UPDF is alive to the Constitution, particularly where we are enjoying to be non-partisan. I am not going to be really interested in the gymnastics of what he has said, because that would render me partisan. So we are non-partisan. So when you have me on the platform here, don't bring your anger, because I am not supposed to enter controversy constitutionally. Now, the other broad issue, securitization of certain processes. Does an election deserve to be securitized? Yes, because it is a target, one of the enemies of the democratic culture. And especially in the emerging democracies and the former colonized territories, there are people, forces in the world who think it is their right and obligation to continue meddling and destabilizing the consolidation of nationhoods. So if we in security architecture detect that they have chosen election periods to be one such entry point to cause mayhem, elections will continue to be securitized. There is no apology about that. Because states don't exist for gymnastics. States exist to ensure existence of given human beings in a part of a globe. The existence of human beings is not a preserve of one corner of the world against other corners of the world. That's why states exist. And you need to begin to be alive that you are also human beings. Don't play second fiddle. So as long as we are really interested in being human beings as Black people, as Africans, let's stop trivializing matters of security. I was laughing here when people really take security as a casual matter. Can you tell us how you took a decision to take this operation? Since when? Since when have intelligence agencies operated in a marketplace to share information to their enemy, to the opposing side? Since when? So when you come here to casualize important matters, some of us really feel hurt, but we also pity, just like Jesus said, leave them, forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. Where he would have proclaimed punishment, he proclaims forgiveness. So sometimes we forgive. When does the army come in enforcement? Army comes in enforcement when the situation demands its constitutional mandate. The army exists to protect territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country. It is the prerogative of these security agencies, because they have an interagency committee, to know when a matter ceases simply being a matter of policing and enters and borders on territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country. Army comes in led by intelligence, and a distinction is made whether this enforcement is of police nature or of territorial defense nature. When some of the people, some of the actors engage in activities that provoke that response, don't come back to challenge the functioning of a legitimate institution. So army comes in at the right moment. It comes in responding to situations which have ceased being of police nature. It's as simple as that, unless you are doubting that the UPDF does not know what it does. Lastly, Omukeikuru Matembe used an African proverb. Let me also use an African proverb, which says, the long life enabled the mice or the rat to nibble on the skin of a cat. Nation group, is it what? Group, this media group, Nation.
Nation Media Group.
I have enjoyed this evening to see for once that you can also feel the pinch. Let me tell you a story. I was in 2009 attending National Defense College in Kenya, and a representative of that house came to address us. Since I was privileged to be a student in Kenya, I asked him, I said, today I am happy I am meeting a member of this house. Why do you have different standards for different countries where you operate? He laughed. He looked at me and said, we take advantage of every environment. If you are liberal and you don't mind being harassed and hostility, we thrive on that. I said, you can't do the things you do in Uganda, in Tanzania. You can't do them here. I've been in Kenya. You don't do them in Kenya. I was asking, I said, Nation is headquartered here in Nairobi. You don't do the same things. Why are you
consistently and predictably hostile to the Ugandan state. He said they are taking advantage of our state. So this afternoon, what sweet music have I heard?
I'm not sure Jesus would have used those words. But thank you so much, Major General. We'll move on to Dr. Birete.
I have two simple responses. One is to really affirm on security. You know, yes, when we have terror threats, which are, I consider, more serious in terms of gravity and the security, you know, measure. The security is security always shares information. They can even share 5 times a day. I thought terrorism was a most serious issue that security agencies engage with. So if you say you can run a mamba through a polling station in Kawempe and we shouldn't question your actions, are you really serious? Are you accountable to Ugandans? Was there a terrorist under that polling station? What kind of security threat was facing the country? You always tell us when this country is faced with terrorism. Terrorists have moved here, avoid these places. So why is it that other operations are secrets? And even when they are past, that you cannot talk about them, are they more serious than terrorism? So I think that hypocrisy should also be demystified. We know that some aspects of security are classified, but you cannot claim that the electoral violence you go causing all over the country is classified security, and for anybody to question you is a childish question. No, you must be accountable. That's why you came here with this constitution. If you don't want to be accountable, maybe we need to reverse the name. People who made the constitution wasted time thinking about the debate of the name of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and what the framers of the constitution wanted this country to move away from. Impunity of security is what you are propagating here. That to question you is childish. Then if you are not accountable, why do you even sit in parliament? So if you look at constitutionalism, a young lady asked, how do we preserve the constitution? The constitution can only be preserved in people's hearts. The biggest problem of Uganda's constitutionalism journey is that Ugandans don't know the constitution, and even as citizens, we are not serious. If we were serious, we would check the glaring impunity in this country. Look at the people contesting to go to parliament. Do they even know the functions of the MPs? Are you checking them on the ground? The function of parliament is to protect the constitution. You send people who even struggle to construct English sentences. Do they have capacity to protect the constitution? So the problem is with us, the people, and we must reclaim the parliament so that parliament has capacity to protect the constitution and constitutional governance.
Thank you very much. Doctor, over to you, Derek.
Thank you. I want to first of all respond to Afande's clarification, which is not actually clarification. I have Afande Chituma on record, and I can play recording if you like, him saying they were looking for a stolen jammer. But maybe that's not enough. When you look at a public document that you as police authored in 2021-2022 budget for UPDF, I mean for police, there is a whooping to procure city classified equipment, including 4G and 5G jammers. So I don't think I am wrong to tell you this has jammers and they bring them to the police stations. My sister Charity asked me to speak to the role of journalism in an election period. You see, an election process is an emotional thing. It's an emotional process, and it comes with a lot of responsibility. One, to the aspiring leaders. Two, to the people who are going to elect those leaders. Now, dissemination of information to those people who are going to vote is an incumbency of the media. And for us, that's where we sit in the middle of the two. That each of these aspiring candidates come with their programs, come with their manifestos. And for us to get your manifesto and break it down for the citizenry to understand is our cordial role. The moment you infringe us on that role, it's not even about us. It's about the entire country. It's about the entire citizenry. And I shudder. I shudder when I hear the General Masiko laughing hysterically because we are saying you are infringing on the rights of freedoms. And you still... I will end there. But General, I think in all fairness, you should have even held back that kind of comment, because you don't know the kind of gravity of the matter that you're joking with. I don't know whether the General is actually with us in this room, or he has just brought his body and left his mind somewhere. But to be honest, that is very, very clumsy of you, General, that you're laughing at a media house that has been caught in such a place that you cannot access information. I am so.
You had said you were going to stop there.
I wanted to. But anyway,
thank you, thank you, Derek. We appreciate your thoughts. Dr. Mwanga, you are coming last again. Your parting shot.
I had no questions, which is a good thing. And so I'll just, other than asking for where the framework is that was done 25 years ago, having listened to this morning and this afternoon, I think we need to get to a place where we start to begin to frame some answers and maybe some strategies to get to where we need to be. And I think for Ugandans to feel that their voices count equally, and in order to make the country stronger, there's a need to build the trust again in the institutions, through transparency and consistent conducting of briefings and so on and so forth. But more importantly, being able on finding ways to combat vote buying and voter intimidation, which exploit economic vulnerability. And finally, the importance of strengthening civil society, state partnerships in order to promote peace. Basically, yes, we've heard what the problems are, and maybe coming from academia, my immediate go-to is to try and see how we can frame strategies, whether through research or through other forms, and that's my parting shot, that for every Ugandan's voice to be heard, we need to find a strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwanga. The General did share his desire to leave at 4 o'clock. So we were privileged to get an extra 30 minutes from him, and we appreciate him being a part of us this afternoon. We are concluding our panel, and I'll share my parting shot as well, that the return of civic education in schools and in other spaces, I think, is something that would demystify many of the challenges that we are facing now, because we are being asked to hold people accountable for things we do not know we have a right to anyway, and to be able to
to reduce the and to be able to reduce the need for securitization, if at all securitization is geared towards securitization of elections is geared towards safeguarding the Ugandans who do not know exactly why they are being safeguarded, and that electoral democracy is itself a process, not an event, and our actions and inactions in between different election cycles are just as or even more important than election day itself. Trust building is very, very important. Sometimes it's painful. It's even embarrassing, but it can be uplifting and it can be fruitful. I thank you. So we will have a group photo here as we conclude and hand over back to my big brother, Chris.
Thank you, Malcolm, and thank you to the panel. Please give them another big round of applause. I think the objective of the Human Rights Commission, and the Uganda National NGO Forum was to create a space where we can have meaningful and constructive conversations and dialogue. It is clear to us that we need to have more of this dialogue so that we can speak to each other, and hopefully we come to an agreement. I am waiting for Mudu to finish laughing, and then I'll guide us into the final steps of this dialogue. We have come to the end. We are a few minutes behind schedule, and we've recovered some of the time that we lost in the morning. I did say when Sarah finishes greeting Imam Kasozi, I will repeat that the objective of this dialogue and the objective or the goal that the Human Rights Commission had and the NGO Forum was to create space where we can have conversations, difficult conversations about difficult issues. And I'm glad that we have had this afternoon session and the morning sessions we have had these kinds of conversations. We hope that we can continue the spirit of conversation and dialogue. We do hope that in the future the Commission will organize similar spaces so that they are as regular as possible, so that the culture of talking to each other does not get lost on us. We have come to the end of the dialogue, and I would like to invite the board chairperson of the Uganda National NGO Forum, Ms. Barbara Babwetera, who is going to speak the final note on behalf of the NGO Forum. And then after that, she will invite the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Honorable Maria Mwangadia, to officially close the dialogue. We will have just 30 minutes of conversation over tea, which is being served outside, so please don't leave the tea with us. In our culture, when we host, we eat and celebrate. Over to you, Barbara. And now I would like to actually ask you to clap for me and all the other moderators for recovering time. I see you guys are too cold.
appreciation to the funders of this dialogue, the Embassy of the Royal Kingdom of the Netherlands in Uganda. Without your generous support, this wouldn't have been possible. I wish to reiterate our appreciation to the government of Uganda for the efforts that they have made to identify solutions to what the civil society and all other actors keep highlighting as areas that need improvement. And whenever we speak out, it is to just say, there is a lot more that you can do, and this is what we wish you to do for us as citizens. And this has really been evident from the dialogue that we have had today. The crying out loud of the gaps that are still existing just shows how much we need to do to ensure that our country becomes a very exemplary example on the continent as advocates for human rights and constitutionalism. I was attending a land dispute resolution recently, and during the meeting, the chairperson of that meeting gave an opening statement that I really liked, and I would love to reiterate here. He said that he doesn't know anything about the dispute, but between the warring parties, we all deep inside know the truth. And it's only when we do inner soul searching and accept the truth and speak the truth and do what is right that such bottlenecks and clogs can actually be addressed. Applying the same to our democracy in this country, we all know the truth, duty bearers and rights holders. We know what is not right that is being done, and we know what is right and is being done. It is only when we do inner soul searching and accept where wrong is wrong and we stand up and condemn, where we know right is right, we also appreciate, that we will be able to end the back and forth that we usually see, and to also ensure that there is respect for human rights, that we are fostering trust, that we are building peaceful elections, and that we are creating a hope, not only for us, but for the generations to come in the future. The reality or truth is that presently there is discomfort, and it is shrouded in even our democratic processes. And I would like to re-echo what the chairperson Electoral Commission said, that every one of us has a stake in our nation, and therefore we all have a role to play in ensuring a peaceful electoral process and the post-electoral process. Inner soul searching, am I going to contribute to this peaceful environment that we would love to see and have our children thrive in? I'm not here to also give speeches, but rather to say there is hope. By virtue of the fact that we are holding dialogues, the will is there. Let us do what we know deep inside, that this is what is right, and we would desire to see if we are out of power, and we do it. With that, allow me to thank you all once again for coming, and
I'd like to once again, on behalf of the Uganda National NGO Forum, to appreciate you all for attending this and to pledge that whenever possible, the Uganda National NGO Forum cherishes partnerships. We are willing to work with each one of you, be it state or non-state actors, to ensure that there is dialogue for each and everyone to participate in the democracy of our nation. And to say there has been a slight change of the person to close officially, and I would like therefore to take this opportunity to invite the Commissioner Lamek Omara to come and give closing remarks. Wish you all the best and see you at the next dialogue.
Thank you very much, the ED NGO Forum. Yeah, chairperson of the board. Apologies. Distinguished participants and colleagues, I would like to start by begging to stand on the protocol already observed earlier during this dialogue, which is ending because of time. As has been mentioned already, I'm making the closing remarks on behalf of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the chairperson, the Honorable Mariam Wangadia, who is with us, and my other colleagues who are here, and everybody from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. My name is Lamek Somara Apita. I'm a commissioner at the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And I would like in my remarks to state that as we now reach to the close of this national dialogue, allow me, on behalf of the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Uganda National NGO Forum, to extend our heartfelt appreciation to every one of you and to all our esteemed partners with whom we have together delivered this dialogue today. Your energy and your commitment to open, respectful, and solution-focused discussion is very much appreciated. The presence of all of us here today reflects the care we all have for our country and the willingness to talk about language, security, posture, media framing, civic education, justice, and how we can safeguard the dignity and rights of all peoples of Uganda. We have had deliberate, open discussions and thoughtful recommendations on how to ensure that elections are conducted in a way that protects fundamental freedoms, the freedom to speak, to organize, to assemble, and to participate without fear. Because once this is achieved, trust can be built where citizens feel both heard and safe. And it's only then that the upcoming January 2026 elections will be credible and legitimate to the ordinary Ugandan. As the constitutional guardian on human rights, the Uganda Human Rights Commission will continue to ensure that the rights, the duties, the responsibilities, and the peaceful inclusion of all peoples in Uganda is achievable before, during, and after the vote. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, in this regard, will also continue to engage, to monitor, to advise, to map, to deploy, and to build capacity where need be, but most importantly, we will continue to advocate for the responsibility of citizens and the humility of power. So let each of us here leave this dialogue forum today with a renewed commitment to secure peace before conflict, to prepare for the elections as required, and continue to partner together to safeguard and promote our rights and our democracy. I thank you once again for your active participation, your openness, and your dedication to the cause of human rights and democracy. I would like to, in a special way, thank the NGO Forum, the chairperson of the board, representing the forum, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to Uganda Embassy, and all of us here present. I wish you all journey mercies as you return to your respective destinations, for God and my country.